Welcome, everyone, to Hobbs Eagle Baseball live here at Sportsman's Park for the home matchup with the Midland Texas Leadership Charter Academy. As your Hobbs Eagles head to the field first, wear the black uniforms and the gold pants. The blue team from Midland. We will take a quick break as we get ready for the national anthem here at Sportsman's Park. Eagles coming up with baseball next on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Colt 95.7 Facebook page. We're back live here at Sportsman's Park. Ty Fred here with you for Hobbs Eagle Baseball. As your Hobbs Eagles coming in with a 4-14 record, they'll be taking on the Midland Texas Leadership Charter Academy, sitting at 5-6. Now, there's a Midland team last year at the Texas Christian Activities League with a Division II state runner-up. So definitely had a good team last year. And the year before that with a 16-4 record. Now, one of the smaller Christian schools, private schools there and academies there in Texas. So they're kind of playing up in terms of the talent they're facing with the Hobbs Eagles so far, who have got their record at 4-14. Of course, kind of a tough doubleheader for Hobbs last week as they had to go to Artesia, who is currently ranked number 1 in the 4A. So pretty tough road to hoe there. Hobbs lost a close one in game 1, 6-3. Came back pretty hard there late in the game in game 2, 16-13 the final, the loss on that one. But still good run with those Artesia Bulldogs squads for game 1 and game 2. Again, just got a reminder, a 4A number 1 team in the state. This is the last non-district matchup for the Hobbs Eagles, as they will start their district next week, taking on Roswell. They've changed the district lineups this year. You only play one team home and away. There's no doubleheaders like they've had done in the past. That is due to officiating, from what I've been told from the NMAA at this point in time. The coaches went ahead and voted on that in terms of keeping the schedule that way. So we are ready for some action here. Your Hobbs Eagles wearing the black uniforms, gold numbering, and gold pants. The Midland team blue uniforms, navy blue with the white pants. Hobbs Eagles starting lineup in the field, or actually the infield. Kessner at first, Montez second, and Gaston at third. Fuentes the shortstop. Hernandez behind the plate at catcher. And from left to right, Curtis, Camacho, and Parrish. Brister, the starter on the mound for the Hobbs Eagles, as he does not have a record so far. Actually, excuse me, 2-1 record, I should say. This is his 11th appearance of the season. He does have one save and a 2.87 ERA. By the way, both teams have the Eagles as their mascot, so bear with me on that one. More of a bluer version for Midland Leadership is what we'll continue to call them in this ball game. They're batting .253 this season as a team. And the first guy up for them is Dupree. They've changed their numbers from their roster, so bear with me on that as well as we get those all sorted out. Cash Dupree batting .273 this season. He's got 3 RBIs, 6 runs, 4 walks. Is hit by a pitch 5 times this season. Has been hit harder than any other player on the team. First pitch from Pritchard is going to be a fastball low and outside for ball 1. Just underway here at Sportsman's Park. The windup of the throw, fastball coming down low. The sinker hits the plate for a ball. Count to 2-0. Chasing it down from behind the plate for your Eagles. Hernandez gets it back out to Brister. The 2-0 pitch coming from Brister. Fastball. Clips the outside corner for the strike. Count goes to 2-1. These charter schools started in 2009 in Midland. They have schools in San Angelo, Abilene, Arlington, and Cedar Hills. Again, they were runner-up last year in their Division II championship. Fastball goes low and outside for ball 3. So right now it's Dupree way ahead of the count. Back into the box he goes. Nice afternoon for baseball in the low 80s in this one. 10 to 20 mile per hour winds. Fastball gets the inside for strike 2. Full count now on Dupree. Chavez, Ragoza, and Henderson 2 through 4 in the order for the Blue Eagles. Here's the windup and the throw from Brister. Fastball, swing and a miss. That'll be strike 3 in the first K of the ball game. As that'll sit down Dupree. Cedric Chavez stepping up next, only batting .130 this season. Second in the order for the Blue Eagles. Has a couple RBIs on the season. Scored 8 runs, so he does get on base with 9 walks to his name. In fact, he is second on the team in walks. Brister's going to make quick work of the windup and the throw. Throws a fastball down low and gets the clip of the corner inside for the strike, as holding on it was Chavez. Chavez is the starting pitcher for Midland in this game. Last regular or non-district game for the Eagles, a doubleheader tonight. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball goes down low and dug out of the field turf there by Henderson. Hernandez behind the plate. Count evened up at 1-1 with 1 down. Again, we are slated for 2 in this one, 7 innings both. And then a single game Tuesday next week against Roswell. Fastball clips the outside corner and the strike. As Chavez put an eye on that one, he's got the count now to 1-2, does Brister on the mound. Eagles 4-14 this season. Here comes the pitch. Right down the middle for the strikeout. So 2 Ks already for Brister. 2-1 record so far this season. And now third in the order, Ragoza, the shortstop. Ragoza batting .429. He is second best on the team in terms of batting average. Has 9 hits. Also big number 2, 6 stolen bases on the year. 7 RBIs at this point, 10 runs and 4 doubles. Does have 1 homer out of the 2 that the team has gotten as a team. Fastball as he lunges across the plates. There goes, it cannot make connection for the strike. Kept that ball way outside. No balls and 1 strike. Brister with the windup. And the delivery almost taken off the helmet of Ragoza that time, and he scrunched down underneath the pitch. A little bit of a curve action coming across that time, and the count goes to 1-1. Henderson due up, the cleanup man for the Blue Eagles. Fastball down the middle, low pitch, a sinker, swing and a miss over the top by Ragoza for strike 2. Count goes to 1-2. Eagles pitching on the season a 6.92 ERA, 170 runs and 110 of those earned, 35% are unearned, and a swing and a miss for strike 3. So 3 up and 3 down. No hits, nobody on the bases. Great pitching for Brister to start the first inning. We're tied 0-0. Eagles at the plate next. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on Cool 95.7's Facebook page, HobbsAmerica.com, and the YouTube Hobbs Sports page. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. Bottom of the first inning here in Hobbs as your Hobbs Eagles tied with Midland Leadership Academy. 0-0, ready to bat for the first time over the Eagles, coming in with a .307 batting average. And right now the leader on the team in terms of batting average is Jaden Hernandez with .393. Leads the team with 19 RBIs, has 24 hits on the season, and 7 runs scored. But the leadoff man for the Eagles will be Camacho, the left fielder. Juan Camacho batting .302. He's got 19 hits, 12 RBIs, 12 runs scored, and has been walked 8 times as well. Loves to get on base. Last warm-up pitch coming from Chavez for Midland, Texas leadership. Chavez on the season 1-1 record, a 3.5 ERA. This is his 7th game he's been in and has 2 saves to his name. Midland leadership giving up 109 runs this year. 74 of those were earned. That's 32% unearned, though, so about 1/3 of their plays scoring that shouldn't have scored because of some mess-ups for the defense. Pretty similar numbers for the Hobbs Eagles, too. There's 32% unearned. So a couple more warm-up pitches. Chavez again on the mound. Kaler at first, Dupree second, and Navarrete at third. Raygoza the shortstop, and from left to right in the outfield, Navarrete, Stubbs, and Rodriguez. Henderson behind the plate for the blue version of the Eagles. Stepping up first for your Hobbs squad is Camacho, the left fielder, as we mentioned. Hobbs on base percentage this year, .403 so far. 154 hits, averaging about 8.6 a game. A little bit less than their opponents at 8.9. First pitch, a fastball, goes outside. Swing and a miss for Camacho for strike 1. Eagles 122 runs this season, averaging 6.8 a game, giving up 170 at 9.4, a little about over 2 runs more for their opponent. Floater comes outside corner, misses barely for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1 for Camacho, leading for the Eagles. Chavez takes a little bit of time. Curveball outside, goes low for ball 2. Game 1 of the 2-game series here at Sportsman's Park. Finally getting warmed up just a bit after the snow on Saturday. 80 degrees in this game. 2-1 pitch, curveball, giving a shave there for Camacho, backing him up from the left of the box. Able to avoid the collision with that piece of leather. Count goes to 3-1, so Camacho way up on the count. Does have 8 walks this season, one of the tops for the Eagles. Curveball inside, gets some air on it, out to left field. Navarrete is going to backpedal to the warning track, lost it in the sun, rolls back to the left wall, and that will be a double to start it off for the Eagles for Camacho. A little bit of adjustment out there by Navarrete, just couldn't get underneath it the way he wanted to, and already the Eagles in business with the runner at first. And that's going to bring up for Hobbs, Christian Montez. He's batting .268 this season with 15 hits. One of the top 5 on the team in hits. Has 17 runs scored, which is currently first on the team. It had been across that home plate more than anybody else up to this point, and 10 RBIs. And boy, he really likes to watch those pitches too. Makes the pitcher work a little bit. 12 walks so far for Montez. Curveball outside for ball 1. Good eye there for Montez. Runner at second for the Eagles after a double by Camacho. Big leadoff there now at second. Looking back to outfield is Chavez, checking the runner. Turns and fires. Fastball outside, barely misses the corner for ball 2. So Montez up on the count now. Hernandez and Gaston 3-4 in the order for the Eagles. Quick check back at second for Chavez. The windup in the throw. Curve it outside for ball 3. So Montez can watch a few pitches here. Montez does have 10 RBIs this season in double digits, 4th on the team. Does have a runner at second. Curve inside, almost takes his kneecaps off. That'll be a ball 4, and Montez has just picked up another walk, 13 on the season to lead the Eagles, making them work on the mound. Runners at first and second now for Hobbs. Jaden Hernandez, best batting average on the team at .393. He's got 19 hits. Had 3 home runs as well to lead the team. 3 out of the 7 Hobbs has got as a squad. 19 RBIs, 24 hits, big-time numbers for Jaden Hernandez. He's got runners wanting to get across that plate, too, to get an early lead here. Bottom of the first. Here's the windup in the throw. Curve it inside and by the ankles for the ball. A little bit of control issues now for Chavez with runners at first and second. No outs for the Eagles. Third in the order. Chavez checks second. The windup in the throw. Curve it inside. And that goes towards the ankle once again for another ball. Count goes to 2-0. Listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball, HobbsAmerica.com, the YouTube Hobbs Sports page, and Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Be with you the rest of the season through district starting next week. Here comes a 2-0 pitch from Chavez. Curve it inside. Get a good yank on it out towards left field. Looks like it's going to veer to the fly territory and goes out of bounds. Takes a bounce. Trying to get out there was Navarrete, the left fielder, but a little bit too close to the sidewall there. But that will keep Hernandez back up to the plate with a 2-1 count. Good contact on the ball that time. Winds about 15 miles per hour steady here at Sportsman's Park. Should die down by the rest of the night, though. We got a doubleheader. Chavez peeks back to second. Turns and fires a fastball down the middle. Swing and a miss. You can see the weight pushing forward there on Hernandez. Tried to dig in with the ankles there, but just could not make contact. And the count evens up at 2-2. This time it's Chavez peeking down at his catcher, Henderson. Fastball down the middle, a low one. It's going to be a bouncer over to third. Navarrete at the scoop, tags the base, and the runner kind of gives him a bear hug there. Luckily, he didn't get an interference call on that one. That was close, as that was Camacho, but got stomped out at third anyway. So a fielder's choice for Hernandez. Runners now at first and second for the Eagles, and that'll bring up the cleanup man, Mr. Gaston. Jackson Gaston batting .346. That's third best on the team so far this season on 18 hits. 15 runs scored, which is the best on the team so far. He's got 7 RBIs, 2 doubles, 2 triples, and 2 homers. Definitely the guy that can crank around the runners, too, with those 7 RBIs. One down, first and second runners for the Eagles. Chavez will change-up look, drops right low of the strike zone. Swing and a miss there for Gaston. Counts 0-1. Eagles trying to get some people across the plate. Here's another pitch coming inside. A little bit over the top of it is Gaston for the strike on the swing. 0-2 count. Eagles definitely want to stay away from the leaving the runners on the base scenario because they average about 8 of those per game, 143 this season. Definitely want to get people across the scoring prism there. Low fastball drops, and it looks like their steal attempt going to be made to third, and they get the tag there. I think that was called a third strike regardless at the plate, and they also get the tag at third. That should be out number 3. And yes, it took a little while for the ump to get the signal from the outfield there, or the infield, but that's going to be out number 3. Eagles had a called third strike at home and then a tag out at third on the steal as they put down Montez there at third. So Eagles had an opportunity there. They did manage 1 hit. They had 1 left on base. No runners come across. We head to the top of the second. Still scoreless. Hobbs and Midland leadership. Live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and Cole 95.7 Facebook page. Back in 60 seconds. We're back live at Sportsman's Park, tied 0-0. Your Hobbs Eagles hosting Midland Leadership Charter School out of Midland, Texas. Chase Brister still on the mound for your Hobbs Eagles as we start the second, still scoreless. Leads the team with strikeouts this season, 36. You add 3 in the first inning, 39 now for the junior pitcher. Starting the second inning, Henderson at the plate, the catcher. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike. Again, 3 Ks in that first inning. A little bit of a delay here for Brister. Gets the call that he wants from behind the plate. Turns and fires, curving inside, low for ball one. Evens up the count at 1-1. Henderson batting .552 this season. He's the best hitter on this team. 16 hits so far with 10 RBIs on top of that. Curveball, swing and a miss for strike two. Also has a home run to his name. 10 runs scored for Henderson, a junior. Now facing a 1-2 count, has got to protect the plate. Curveball, inside corner, that's strike three, and 4 Ks in a row for Chase Brister on the mound. Keeping the bats quiet for Midland leadership. Down to fifth in the order now is Troy Kaler. He's batting .250 with 4 hits on the season. 3 RBIs, has a triple to his name, scored 8 times on the plate, and walked 6. One of their fastest guys on the bases with 5 steals at this point. Takes the fastball a little inside for ball one. He is fifth in the order. Here in the top of the second, still scoreless. Here's the windup and the throw from Brister. Fastball, and over the top of it for the strike is Kaler. Count evens up at 1-1. One down here in the top of the second. Midland leadership comes in with a 5-6 record. This will make them 500 on the season. They can get at least one win out of it. Curveball inside for ball two. One ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Brister. Little sinker look here. Barely clips the bottom of the strike zone. And that gets the second strike now for Kaler. And Kaler was asking for the count there from the umpire, just to make sure where he was at. Kind of waggling the bat now. He's got to protect the plate, just like his other teammates did with a 4 Ks now. Make it 5. There's another strikeout. Kaler sat watching that one. And Midland just not working the bats very well so far. One more strikeout here would be 6 in a row. 3 up and 3 down in both innings for Brister. Navarrete will be in now, the third baseman. Brister hurries and fires the pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss, high for strike one. Jeremy Navarrete batting .160. Has had 4 hits, 5 stolen bases, and 5 runs scored. Does have 3 walks and has been hit by a pitch 5 times this season. That pitch low and backs him up a little bit. At the count to 1-1. 2 down, though, for Midland. Nobody on the bases. Hasn't happened yet into this second inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Brister. Fastball, late swing, middle of the bat, sends to the right backstop, out of play in the foul territory. But I'm sure Coach Perez at least happy to see some contact there, as 5K so far for his Blue Squad Eagles. The 1-2 coming from Brister. Sinker shot on the fastball. Well low for ball two. 6 in the order is Navarrete. Stubbs due up next as center fielder. But Brister would rather not get to him. 2-2 pitch, fastball, and that's going to get right to the glove. Swing and a miss for Navarrete. 6 Ks in a row for Brister. No hits, nobody on the bases, no runs come across. We head to the bottom of the second. Your Eagles blanking Midland leadership 0-0, but they got a chance to put some runs on the board here next on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Your Hobbs Eagles and Midland Leadership Charter Academy tied at 0. Bottom of the second, slated for 7 here at Sportsman's Park. Eagles in the first inning had a double from Camacho, a walk from Montez, fielder's choice from Hernandez. They had a runner tagged out at third to finish up the inning, and now we start the second with Gaston at the plate, the third baseman for the Eagles. Little floater comes across, swing and a miss for Gaston. He is, oh, we got to switch up here. That's going to be Kestner in that fourth spot. Thank you for that. Sinker ball comes across low. Count goes to 1-1. As Kestner gets back in the box. Trying to get the first runner here in the second inning for the Eagles. Kestner batting .273 on the season. Takes a fastball, gets a crank on it. Might drop shallow here, but the center fielder does a little hippity hop up top to get the grab in the air. Stubbs about halfway back there at center field, and kind of a low dropper there, but Stubbs able to take it down, and that'll be a fly out for Kestner. So Eagles now with one down. And Jason Fuentes now is up for the Eagles. Here's the windup in the throw from Chavez. Fastball, a little low for ball one. Jason Fuentes batting .370 with 20 hits, 7 RBIs, a couple of doubles, a triple, 14 runs scored. Takes the fastball down the middle a little high for ball one. He evens up the count, make it 2-0 count, 2 balls and no strikes. Fuentes also been on the walk pattern 7 times this season through 18 games. Curveball outside, drops low, out for ball 3. Well ahead of the count now, Fuentes. Eagles with 1 hit so far, been on base twice with also a walk. As Chavez takes his time, the windup in the throw, curve it outside, ball 4, and Fuentes will take a run to first base. Second walk issued by Midland pitching so far. And next up for your Hobbs Eagles, Tristan Montez batting .250, has 9 hits, 10 RBIs, a triple, has scored 9 times, hit a home run as well, and walked 5. He's one of the lefties for the Eagles. Throw to first, not in time. Making a good catch on it, though, was Kaler. Trying to get a swing tag on the back of Fuentes. Not there in time, though. Runner stays at first. Chavez again going to throw at the sidewinder to first. Diving back quickly is Fuentes, saving his bag at first. Was 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Eagles tied 0-0 with Midland leadership. Here's the windup in the throw. Little knuckler coming inside and going to be yanked towards right foul territory. Rodriguez just kind of waves that one off there in right for Midland. Didn't want to have anything to do with that one. Kind of a hard yank at the ball towards the JV side of the field. Right. 0-1 count now to Montez, the DH for the Eagles. Fastball comes low and outside. Good save behind the plate by Henderson to make sure it didn't go wild. Count goes to 1-1. Parrish and Curtis, 8th and 9th in the order for the Eagles. Long delay now as Chavez looks at second. Turns and fires. Outside fastball. Steals on the way to second. Nice dive for Fuentes, is there in time, so the steal picked up. Good decision there to get there and dove in head first. Fuentes has 6 steals now this season, had 5 previous to this game. So getting another guy in hopefully scoring territory here with 2 balls and a strike. Still looking at Montez at the plate. Chavez going to go with the fastball outside, low and outside, and the catcher kind of messing around a little bit, tapping the ball in front of the home plate to see if he can get that runner off the second bag, but he's back in time. Does not throw the ball across the field. Big lead, 3-1 count now for Montez. Chavez takes a peek back at second, turns and fires, curve it outside, and that's another walk issued. Been 3 walks so far. And that's going to bring up Luke Parrish, of course, he plays outfield right. He also pitches on the mound for the Eagles. Not in this game, but he's a right fielder in this one. As Parrish steps into the box, he's batting .325 this season with 13 hits, 3 doubles, has scored 7 times and had 4 RBIs and been on base 6 times due to a walk. He has a little curve outside off the end of the bat. Going to go out to right center. Is this going to take a roll to the warning track to the wall? That's going to be at least a double, and will score 2 runs. He's going to stretch it to a triple. All the way to third goes Parrish. A 2 RBI triple for Luke Parrish. That's the way to get things generated here. That's going to score Fuentes and Montez. They both get across. 2-0 game now, as the Eagles take the lead here in the bottom of the second. They're not done yet, though. 8th in the order, or make it 9th in the order for the Eagles, will be John Curtis, who's batting .250, 9 hits this season with 7 RBIs, 2 doubles, a triple, and 11 runs scored. Little floating fastball comes across for the strike as Curtis waits on it. He's been walked 3 times and already been 3 walks issued to Hobbs up to this point. Runner at third is Parrish after the triple, the 2 RBI trip. Floater action, a little high on the strike zone for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1 to Curtis. He's the bottom of the order. Lead off for Parrish at third. And that's going to be a yank out towards right. Takes a roll and gets off the glove of Rodriguez as a fielding error, but that's going to go down as at least a single, and extending all the way to third after a bad webbing on the glove there. Just kind of nonchalantly put his glove down. So an RBI single nonetheless for Curtis. That will score Parrish. And the score now goes up to 3-0 here in the bottom of the second. Bats are starting to work for the Eagles. Triple from Parrish, a single from Curtis. Also a couple of walks here in the second. And Eagles up 3-0 here. Curveball inside, and Camacho gets a piece of it. A little late, but it's going to go over the right side dugout, out of play. He had a double to start the ball game. 1 of 3 hits for the Eagles so far. Top of the order for Hobbs. Runner at third. That's Curtis after the RBI single. Little curve high for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1 for Camacho. Little delay here for Chavez. Reads the count from his catcher. Throws it outside, and having to jump up to pull it down was Henderson, saving the wild pitch. Midland gives up close to 8 runs a ball game, 8 hits a ball game, I should say, and gets about 5 themselves. So about 3 more hits for their opponents up to this point. 2-1 pitch coming from Chavez. Curveball going to be out to left field, takes a roll, and that will be an RBI single. Unless Camacho wants to stretch it out. Nope, he just jogs across the first bag as he will score Curtis for run number 4. And your Eagles starting to take care of business here as they lead 4-0 over Midland. 4 runs have scored here in the bottom of the second. Again, the mercy rule would be in effect at 10 runs after the 5th, even though it's a Texas squad they're playing. Second in the order is Montez. He walked back in the first. There's been 3 walks issued from Chavez for Midland. Curveball inside, goes low for ball 1. Once again, the Eagles came in at .307 this season in terms of batting average. 8.6 hits a ball game, giving up 8.9, pretty close there. Sidewinder, pat throw over to first, not in time as the Eagles get back. Hobbs has struck out about 125 times this season, close to 7 a ball game, and have walked about 6 a contest. Another throw to first, and diving back in time once again is Camacho. Still 4-0 here in the bottom of the second. 1 out. Runner at first. Chavez going to come. Fastball. And going to be out the middle of the bat in foul territory over towards the JV field on the right. Getting a piece of it, Montez. Keeps the count going. And having to take a jog back to first is Camacho. He sprinted out there to second. 1 ball and a strike with 1 out. The Eagles up 4-zip. Big leadoff at first for Camacho. Chavez stares him down at first, turns and fires a curve inside and sliding left to keep it in play is Henderson, the catcher. But still going to be 2 inside for the strike call there. 2-1 on the ball. The second game of the doubleheader, about 6 o'clock, depending on when this one finishes up. We'll have about a 30-minute break between there. Sidewinder throw to first. Swiping is Kaler, but not in time as getting back is Camacho at first. 2 balls and 1 strike. Eagles starting quickly here in the second inning. Curve it inside. I'm at the knees at a stolen base opportunity here. Way in time. Going to make it is Camacho. Ball was thrown more towards the left, towards the shortstop, who had to come over and get a Regoza to save that from going to the outfield, which would have given another base to Camacho. He'll be happy to take second, though. Knocking at the door once again for the Eagles, who lead 4-0. Counts at 3-1. As Montez curve it inside, he's going to yank it out towards left field. Seeing the left fielder back to the wall off the bounce. Navarrette's going to have to chase it, at least a double. That will score a run, and that will be a double. RBI double for Montez. So another run scoring. That one for Camacho, and makes it 5-0 here in the bottom of the second. You would think that Midland will start talking to their pitching staff here. I don't see anybody warming up in the bullpen quite yet. Of course, his team is out of the Christian League in Texas, and they were runners-up in the Division II last year in the championship game. Of course, they play a lot of smaller schools. A couple years ago, they were playing Jowl and Wink, Texas. Squads like that, very 2A, 1A level in New Mexico, but still battling the big boys here against the Hobbs Eagles. Curveball high for ball 1. As at the plate for your Eagles is Hernandez. He had a fielder's choice to end the first inning. They had a tag out at third in the inning for the Eagles. Wagging the bat behind that right ear. Pitch coming from Chavez. Fastball down the middle. And it's going to be fouled up over the backstop here. Out of play for the foul. Evens up the count at 1-1. Hernandez has 19 RBIs this season, leading the team in that category. Kestner has 13 and Camacho with 12. So he's definitely the guy that could bring the run home for Montez. Ball drop curve inside for the ball. 2-1 count now to Hernandez. 5-0 here in the bottom of the second. 1 down. Hobbs has managed 4 hits so far. Chavez coming with the curve off the end of the bat to the middle of the backstop, out of play. Hernandez is hoping he could straighten that out just a bit as he looks over to Coach Bowman there at third. Bowman, of course, is the pitching coach for the Eagles. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball, little high for ball 3. We got a full count now on Hernandez. Trying to stay alive in the box for the Eagles. Kestner would be up next, the cleanup man. Chavez just trying to get out of this inning, giving up 5 runs at this point. Here's the windup and the throw. Curve it inside, golf swing. And boy, a left-handed bare knuckle catch there for Coach Bowman in the coach's box third base line. Well, he decides not to throw it to first to get his own player out there. He gives it back to the pitcher. Still a full count now to Hernandez. Trying to bring home Montez at second. Little floater down the middle and gets underneath that, but it's going to air it out towards left. Going to be shallow, though. 3 players are running towards it. Bounces in the middle of them. That will be a single. The run can't score, though. Holding up is Montez. But a single for Hernandez to get another hit for the Eagles. They have 6 hits so far in this game through 2 innings at this point. 1 out. As it goes up to 5-0. Or is that 6-0 it should be? Looks like we have a designated runner coming in for the Eagles. Double check that number for you here in just a minute. At the plate now for Hobbs, Jackson Gaston. Gaston takes a curve inside. He whacks it down the third base line. Looks like it's going to stay fair as well. That's going to score 2 runs and end up being a double. They're going to send both runners home. A 2 RBI double, a throw to home. well over the top of Henderson's head, the catcher. So Gaston getting a big one there. A 2 RBI double, which he extended to third base after they decided to send a runner home. Next up for the Eagles, Cole Kestner. So lots of runners coming home on that one. Montez scores, Hernandez scores. It's now 7-0 here at Sportsman's Park. Eagles whipping on Midland leadership. Curveball inside, swing and a miss. Coming underneath it was Kestner. He flew out to center back in the second inning. Runner at third is Gaston after a 2 RBI double. Chavin's going to come back inside. This would hit high in the air, going to be in the infield, though, towards second. Dupree's just going to get himself underneath it and makes the catch right of the second bag for out number 2 on the flyout for Kestner. Eagles with 2 outs now here in the bottom of the second. Jason Fuentes now at the plate. He had a walk back in the second, had a stolen base and a run scored for the Eagles. Trying to extend on this 7-0 game at this point. Runner at third. Little floater comes and hits the outside corner for the strike, as holding on it was Fuentes. No balls and 1 strike. He is 6th in the order for the Eagles. Curve it inside, down below the knees for the ball. Good hold there for Fuentes. Still itching to get home is Gaston at third. Couple RBIs and a steal for him on the last play that he was at the plate. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Fastball, it's going out towards left as well. The left fielder kind of waiting a second, and it gets to the left wall, trying to put out his hand nonchalantly, Navarrete, and that'll be an RBI double put through for Fuentes. He waited a long time out there at the warning track to head to the left side of the field and paid the price, as Fuentes did a good job of dropping it in there. Now it's 8-0 here at Sportsman's Park. Still 2 outs, bottom of the second. All 8 runs coming for the Eagles in this second inning. The lefty returns for the Eagles. Montez, who walked back in the second, also scored a run. Little dropper there, outside and low for ball 1. Runner at second for the Eagles. Fuentes after the 2 RBI double. Chavin's going with an inside look near the elbow for the ball. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 down. Montez 7th in the order for the Eagles. Parrish and Curtis 8th and 9th. Curve it inside, little late swing. Knuckler coming off the, looks like the handle that time, and rolls foul outside the first base zone. As tracking it down was Kaler for the Blue Eagles. Count goes to 1-2. Eagles have had 6 different players with hits so far in this ball game. Here's the windup of the throw from Chavez. Little change up on that one. Swing and a miss, and that'll be out number 3 on the strikeout for Montez. But your Hobbs Eagles doing some major damage there in the second, as they were able to pick up a total of 6 hits. They finished with 8 runs coming across. They leave 1 on base as we head to the top of the third. 8-0 shutout Hobbs over Midland Legacy leadership, as we'll come back here in 60 seconds. 8-0 lead on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Your Hobbs Eagles shutting out Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy out of Midland, Texas. 8-0 here as we start the top of the third. So far, the pitcher for the Eagles, Chase Brister, 6 up, 6 down, 6 Ks through 2 innings. Head to the top of the third. The Eagles got all 8 of their runs in the second. 8-0 your score. First time seeing the plate. Stubbs for Midland Leadership. Brister goes quickly, fastball outside. Ball 1, a little bit out for that one. Briston Stubbs batting .158 this season, 3 hits, 1 RBI, 7 runs scored, 5 walks. Did have 4 stolen bases. Fastball, swing and a miss for Stubbs. Stubbs just a sophomore, so he's got a few more years with the Midland squad. Now facing a 1-1 count now with Brister not taking a lot of time either. Curveball almost takes off the head of Stubbs, and he's got to lower that head just a bit to get away from the ball. Count to 2-1. Stubbs is 7th in the order. Haven't even got through the order yet into this third inning. Here's the 2-1. Fastball down the pike for the strike. Count evens up at 2-2. Navarrete and Rodriguez, 8th and 9th in the order for Midland. Batting .253 this season as a team. Curve inside, golf swing to go high towards the left corner. Back deep, and in foul territory. One-hand catch coming over to make it. Curtis for the Hobbs Eagles. Nice job to get out there that time for the Eagles. Had the sun right in his face. Did have the shades on out there to help himself a little bit. So a fly out for Stubbs. First real good contact for Midland in this ball game so far. Of course, Stubbs had to get some effort to get out there. Was halfway between third and left field warning track, so he had to run up the line to make the catch in foul territory. Keelan Navarrete now at the plate. The left fielder takes a fastball, swing and a miss late on that one, and gets the strike on it. He's had 2 hits so far this season. 1 run scored, a walk, and it's .400. Has a lot of opportunities at the plate. Fastball outside. Good save there for Hernandez to make sure it didn't go wild. No runners on to worry about, though. In fact, Stubbs is the only guy that was not struck out so far for Midland. Before that, all 6 were Ks for the pitching of Brister. Here comes a 1-1, curving inside, and a little nonchalant swing for Navarrete. Going to pay on that one for the strike. Swing and a miss. He goes 1-2 now with 1 down. 8-0 your score. 10 would be the mercy roll, but that would be in the 5th inning. Curveball inside, going to make Navarrete step away from the plate there, and almost had a new belt buckle for him. Count evens up to 2-2. 8th of the order is Navarrete, the left fielder. Fastball coming down the middle for strike 3. Don't hold on those. Deer caught in the headlights that time, and that's strikeout number 7. Brister on a roll in this one. Does not want the Lone Star State to get away with the W here at Sportsman's Park. 8-0 in the bottom, or make it the top of the third. Bottom of the order, finally, Rodriguez steps in. Daniel Rodriguez batting .200, has 2 hits on the season. 1 RBI. And 1 stolen base. Takes the first pitch low for ball 1. They average about 8.5 strikeouts a game, and already getting close to those numbers right now with 7. Fastball outside and low for ball 2. Two balls and no strikes. Here's the windup and the throw from Brister. Trying to brush him back, and boy, that little curve action. As Rodriguez tried to make it look like it was well inside, but the umpire going to say, nope, that's going to be a strike. Count to 2-1. 2 balls and a strike, and Brister going to reload quickly. Here comes a fastball down the middle. Midland still not learning their lesson. Just holding on it was Rodriguez. Looked like a pretty nice pitch to try to extend that bat on, but now facing a 2-2 count. Here comes the pitch again for Brister. Fastball, late swing off the end of the bat. Oh, that umpire is going to chase it down and tries to Pele it. I think he was better just to let that thing go, as getting a few chuckles from the crowd out here. He tried to kick that ball back on the run and almost took a spill to the turf there. Count goes to 2-2. Still a foul ball there for Rodriguez, trying to get the first hit of the game for Midland Leadership. Brister going to come back with a curveball and hits Rodriguez right in the thick of the back, right between the 30 number there. He's feeling that one. Oh, he's going to take a wounded walk down to first base. That's the second time that he's been hit by a pitch this season. And that'll put a runner at first. Going to be 2 outs, though, here. In the top of the third, 8-0 still the Eagles. Top of the order, Dupree. He was one of the first strikeouts, 6 total to start the first and second inning. Waits on the first pitch and takes the strike on that shot there. Count to 0-1. First, going to take a little bit more time with the pitch. Keeps it down with a sinker, and over the top of it is Dupree for the strike. His Midland team, again, was runner-up last year in Division II in the state tournament. Region 1, District 5. Curveball, swing and a miss, and that'll be another strikeout. So Dupree going to go down, moving the bat a little bit, but paying the price, and already it's going to be looks like a blank-out game off the pitching of Chase Brister. That is his 8th strikeout of the contest, and we're only up through 3 innings at this point. Normally, this Midland team strikes out 8.5 times, already making that, not even halfway through the ball game. Might not go 7 innings, though. We'll have to wait and see if it goes to mercy roll. Bottom of the third, your Hobbs Eagles up at the plate. They would love to extend that 8-run lead, 8-0, back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Welcome back live to Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles lead 8-0 over Midland Leadership Academy. Eagles at the plate. Curveball coming inside for Hobbs. Swinging a miss for Parrish. He hit a 2 RBI triple back in the second. Also scored a run. Still on the mound, Chavez for Midland. Throws it down the middle. It's going to go cross second base. Rolls into center field for the single. So now Parrish 2 for 2 on the day after his second hit. Hobbs now with their 9th hit of the ball game as a squad. So they got a runner at first. And Curtis now going to step up, the left fielder. He had an RBI single at the second as well and had a run scored. He's one of the lefties for the Eagles. Bottom of the order, second time around for Hobbs here in the bottom of the third now. Chavez with the windup and the throw. Curveball coming outside and low. Good protection there for Henderson to keep it on the field turf and not getting through his legs that time as he had to slide left just a bit. Of course, Brister with a very rapid fire there for the Eagles on the mound, and Chavez taking a little bit more time now as he sizes up Curtis. Here's the windup in the throw. Little change up low, and they're going to throw it to second on the steal attempt to get across the bag there, and in time on the stolen base was Parrish. So Parrish able to convert on that one. Throw a little off to the left and went into center just a bit on the ground. That's Parrish's second stolen base this season, as he's now at second. No outs here in the bottom of the third. Curveball outside off the end of the bat, out towards shallow left, and shifting over left to right is Navarrete. One-handed catch over the top of his head. He'll check it back in. It takes a roll into the infield through the shortstop zone. It's scooped up by the pitcher Chavez. But that will be a fly out for the Eagles. For Curtis. Top of the order, though, it's Camacho's turn. He's 2 for 2. Double, single, RBI, stolen base, and a run score. Doing everything he needs to, helping his team to an 8-0 lead. Bottom of the third. Runner at second is Parrish, who extended off the fly ball there. Curveball inside, backing away from it is Camacho. All the players have been on base at least once so far for the Eagles. Good sign there offensively. Thus an 8-0 lead. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball outside and swing and a miss. Trying to come across as much as he could there was Camacho, or excuse me, Camacho, but could not make the contact. Chavez looks back at second, turns and fires. Curve it inside, going to go to the shortstop. A hot one to Ragoza. Fires it to first on a low one, but scooped out by Kaler at first. Boy, he had to extend it that time, doing the splits there at the first bag. I was going to wait to see whether he was going to try to do a tag at second, but the shortstop, Ragoza, decided to let the runner go that time and sent Parrish to third. So fielder's choice for Camacho. And that'll bring up Montez. Second in the order for the Eagles. Been on base twice. A double, RBI double, a walk, and scored a run as well. Runner at third with 2 down. Curve action outside and low for ball 1. Eagles eager to get some more runs across here. Chavez going to come inside this time. Thrust swing at it, out to left field. That'll take a roll too. RBI single put on the board there for Montez. So he is 2 for 2 now at the plate. Has a couple RBIs to his name. And brings up a 9-0 score for the Eagles. One more, and that make it at least the number you need for mercy roll, but it'll take a few more innings to get there, as that only comes into the 5th inning. Still just 2 down. Runner at first for Hobbs after the RBI single for Montez. Hernandez up now. Curveball almost goes through his legs, hits the backstop. Wild pitch, and that will send the runner to second, Montez. Hernandez really couldn't get out of the way that time. It was thrown between his legs. He just kind of jumped up and took a hard shot to the backstop. 1 ball and no strikes to Hernandez. He's third in the order for the Eagles. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball, it's yanked out to left. It'll keep moving towards the warning track. Backhanded by Navarrete out in left. That'll send a runner home on the jog. RBI single as Hernandez puts it through. That's his back-to-back RBI singles that he's had in this game. That was his 3rd at bat. And that will score Montez. Still 2 down, and Hobbs up to 10-0 now. The mercy roll plateau, but still have to wait till the 5th for this to be in the books early. Jackson Gasson at the plate now, batting .346 on the season. Throw to first, getting tagged on the butt that time, and not going to be an out there for Hernandez. He's back, diving face first into the bag. Runner at first for the Eagles. That 10-0 lead, 11-1 hit count, or 11-0 hit count at this point. Chavez again throws to first, but takes a long time to get it there, so no chance to get the out. Winds have died down just a bit here as we've got through into this first game of the doubleheader at Sportsman's Park. Chavez going to come, curveball inside. That's going to get yanked over to the Hobbs Eagle dugout on the left side of the field. Nice sunny day here for baseball. Of course, had a cold weekend on that Saturday with the winter conditions we had, and was happy to see that the Mother Nature forecast is going to be better this week. High rising fastball out of play for a ball. Count goes to 1-1. So Gaston trying to add on to this 10-0 lead with 2 down here in the bottom of the 3rd. Chavez checking over to first to check the runner, turns and fires, curve, and this will be fouled off behind us over the top of the press box here at home plate. Of course, Eagles will have a couple of games next week. Tuesday will be at home here at Sportsman's Park to start off district against Roswell, and then a 1-gamer over in Roswell Thursday. No doubleheaders this year in the district. Here comes a 1-2 pitch now from Chavez. Little changeup inside, it'll drop. Quick scoop by Henderson, the catcher. Thought about throwing it to first, but getting back in time is Hernandez. Count even up at 2-2. So Eagles will play Roswell twice, Clovis twice, and Carlsbad twice, so 6 games in district this year. The 2-2 pitch coming from Chavez. Curve it inside. Another hard shot. This one to left. Foul territory. Almost took out the dugout guys hanging over the fence there. Good hard contacts, though, for Gaston. Trying to get this thing straightened out just a bit. A lot of stuff been dropping in left field, too. All but one on the ground as well. No chance for any catches by the left fielder except for one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chavez going to fire curve, and this one slapped again. Left side of the field, but foul territory. And trying to barehand it there was Coach Bowman. He's had one of those so far. Staying alive with the contact is Gaston. Kestner due up next. In fact, I mentioned earlier everybody's been on base once, but Kestner's the only one that hasn't. He's had a couple of flyouts so far, but he's due one coming up. 2-2 pitch coming now from Chavez. Floater outside, barely missed for ball 3. We go to a full count now. Force out at second for the Midland defense. They have yet to get a hit in this ball game. They struck out 8 times so far. Flew to left and got hit by a pitch. Curveball inside. He's getting ready to even this thing out, but it's going to go foul again as it shaves the left field fence in foul territory. Definitely's got the feel for it. And that Navarrete kid out there in left better be ready. He's got a little bit of a gap towards that third baseline, and he might end up paying for it here shortly. A little more straight action, and that will be all she wrote. Eagles definitely could score off that. Curveball inside. He does whack it out to left. A shallow shot, but coming up to make the catch is Navarrete to shut my mouth, and that's out number 3. But the Hobbs Eagles do manage to get in 2 runs across the plate. They had 3 hits, leave 1 on. We head to the top of the 4th. The Eagles up 10-0 over Midland Leadership Academy. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Heading to the top of the 4th here at Sportsman's Park. Game 1 of the doubleheader is the Hobbs Eagles trouncing Midland Leadership Charter Academy. That's their full name. 10-0 the score. 11-1 hit count for the Eagles. They're playing some D now as Midland makes it to the plate. Yet to get a hit in this ball game. They've been struck out 8 times. Flew to left and had hit by a pitch. So working on a no-hitter is Chase Brister, the pitcher for the Eagles. He'll face Chavez, the pitcher for Midland on the first one. Fastball outside, ball 1. Zadarick Chavez came in only batting .130 on the season, had 3 hits. But had been walked 9 times, second best on the team. They just need to get some base runners. Fastball clips the outside corner for a strike. As Chavez had the stop sign on that one. They only had 1 runner on base so far. Do that hit by pitch. Here comes another one from Brister, curving inside and brushing back Chavez for ball 2. Chavez second in the order for Midland. Stubbs is the only one that got serious contact on the ball. He's 7th in the order. Fly to left. Fastball down low, the sinker for ball 3. 3-1 count now to Chavez, and I can guarantee you Brister does not want him to get away on the only walk of the game after this pitch. He's going to have a quick return, throws a fastball down the middle for the strike. You knew that was coming. Chavez kind of shaking his head after that pitch, and now he's going to have to be Mr. Protection on the plate. Can't imagine that Brister is going to throw any garbage here. He just wants to make sure he gets a good pitch. And a high one, swing and a miss. Drop from behind the plate, though. for the Eagles by Hernandez, able to track it down, but a piece of it was contacted, so that'll keep it alive, as Chavez did get a piece of the bat on that one. Luckily, didn't get any damage for the Eagles on that. Full count now. So pitcher-on-pitcher duel here going. Brister not going to waste any time again. Fastball down the middle, little high for the walk. Ooh, that was close. First walk of the ball game issued. A little bit getting over the hump there for Midland leadership. And we mentioned earlier they are part of a group of schools in Texas: San Angelo, Abilene, Arlington, Cedar Hill, playing in the Texas Christian Activities Association League. State runner-up last year with great record and playing some small schools, but they got the job done and just one little game away from the championship. Curveball inside, low for ball one to Rayagosa. Shortstop Rayagosa struck out for the last out of the first inning. Rayagosa came in with 9 hits this season, batting .429, which is second best on the team. But nobody's got a hit so far. Fastball outside and gets past Hernandez. Has to chase it down to the right backstop. That will get the runner to second. So Chavez gets there. First wild throw here in the game for the Eagles. Definitely not time to yank Brister. He wants to get through this one early, hopefully through 5 innings and be done with it. 10-0 Hobbs here in the top of the fourth. Takes a look back at second as Brister fires the fastball and just a little inside for the ball. 1-2 count now. Rayagosa's third in the order. Henderson, the cleanup man, due up next, the catcher. Brister looks at second, curve it inside, and wallop down the third baseline. It's going to take a roll. That might score a runner. It's going to at least a double, and the runner's going to be sent home, and that'll be the first run of the game for Midland. An RBI double for Rayagosa, and that will score Chavez. So now 10-1 your score. So the no-hitter is done for Hobbs, but still way ahead of this ball game. Henderson steps in next. Waggling the bat. The runner is going to be at second. Fastball, swing and a miss, and boy, you could hear that one hit the glove pretty hard there for Hernandez. As Casey Henderson well off the mark there. He's batting .552 this season with 16 hits, the best on the team. Curveball inside, a little shrug of the shoulders, and holds on it. But the ball evens up 1-1 count. And Brister knows this is a hitter, so he's going to keep chugging these pitches across. All this time he's going to slow down just a bit. Looks back at second. Turns and fires. Fastball. Swing and miss right to the glove to Hernandez. And the count goes to 1-2 just like that. So one hit so far for Midland leadership, the Charter Academy. Fastball well outside. Good backhand there for Hernandez to keep it in the glove. Keep the runner there at second. 2 balls and 2 strikes. No outs though for Midland. And there's a strike, and that's going to be it for Henderson. He'll take a seat, his second K of the ball game. That's 9 strikeouts for Brister, though, on the mound for the Eagles. One hit by a pitch, and having to fly out as well against him. Next up for Midland, Troy Kaler, who struck out back in the second. His second at bat. Still runner at second, jumping off the mound there is Brister, and runner's going to say, nope, I'm not going to go any further, and gets back to second. Slated for 2 games here tonight at Sportsman's Park. Plenty of time to come check the action out. The windup in the throw. Curveball almost taking the head off of Henderson. Good save for Hernandez to rip that thing down. Had to get up on a ladder to pull it down that time. Left of the plate. Definitely don't want that runner to extend to third or make it 1 out here in the top of the fourth. Slated for 7 in game 1 and 2. Brister comes back with a fastball and gets the strike hold on that by Henderson, or correction, Kaler. And the count goes to 0-1. Kaler 5th in the order for this Leadership Charter Academy Eagle squad, wearing the blue today. Fastball down the pike for another strike. Kaler got caught in the headlights there and just kind of held on it. Now he's definitely going to have to protect the plate. Runner got to be careful not to get too far off that second bag as well. Curve it inside. We whacked out to short. Diving forward was Fuentes. Got past him just a bit. And picking it up for the Eagles, Camacho to fire it in. It takes a roll all the way to home. Nice job of getting that in and making sure runners didn't head to the plate there. Hard Singer going to go down as a single for Kaler. Good effort to get on the turf that time for Fuentes. This is a hard shot right past the shortstop zone. And I think he actually hit the outfield that time, shallow, before he really had a chance to get down on his hip to try to scoop it out. Still 10-1. A throw to first. Brister connecting with Kestner, but back in time. The runner. At the plate, Henderson, or correction, Navarrete, who's 0 for 1 so far with the strikeout. Back in the second was the third out. Takes a pitch down the middle for the strike. Runner at third, a runner at first. Open bag at second. Big ol' waggle on the bat there for Navarrete. This is Jeremy Navarrete. There's 2 on the squad. Fastball, swing and a miss for strike 2. 0-2 count now to the third baseman. 0-2 count. Runners very eager to come around here to try to whack at the 10-1 lead for Hobbs. Fastball down the middle. Boy, nonchalant swing, and that'll be strikeout for Navarrete. 2 in a row for him. 10 Ks so far for Chase Brister. 10 strikeouts in this ball game. And trying to hold Midland at bay, trying not to get any more runs coming across. That'll be out number 2. And that'll bring up Stubbs, the center fielder who flew to left. Big throw from Brister to first, pull down. And a late tag there. Runner back in time, though. Kestner did a good job of slapping the back of the runner as he came back over the plate, or the bag. Fastball, the throw to second on the attempted stolen base. Tag is in time, I believe. Yes, it's good. They get the runner at second. Covering that second bag for the Eagles. Fuentes, the shortstop, got over there. Nice throw coming from behind the plate by Hernandez for out number 3 at second off the 2-4. So your Hobbs Eagles do give up a couple of hits in that top of the 4th, 2 to be exact. 1 run came across, 1 left on base as we head to the bottom of the 4th. The Eagles bats getting ready. They lead 10-1 over Midland Leadership Charter Academy. Back in 60 seconds live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Your Eagles back up to bat here at Sportsman's Park. They lead 10-1 over Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy, MTLCA. At the plate for your Eagles. We are now at the time to get up to the plate for Hobbs. It's Cole Kestner. Kestner flew out twice, center field and second. Swing and a miss. And actually, no, he got a piece of it. Goes foul over the top of the press box out of play. Trying to get his first hit of the ball game. He's the first only guy right now that hasn't made it to the bases and definitely like to get so. He does play first base, though. That's where he'd like to head, or more so if he can. Curveball inside. That's going to hit hard to the shortstop, who barely gets his glove down between his legs and pushes it down to the field turf. Regosa, quick reaction there for the catch in the infield. And the fly to short is done. Fuentes up now. He's 1 for 1, had an RBI double. Also walked, stole a base, and scored a run as well for the Eagles. trying to extend on the 10-1 lead here on the bottom of the fourth. Gets contact on the first fastball and clinks it off to the right backstop for the foul. He is 7th in the order. Make it 6th. Montez, Parrish, and Curtis due up next. Curveball inside, kind of brushing it back just a bit. Able to get away from it for the ball. Evens up the count at 1-1. 1 out for the Eagles here in the bottom of the fourth. 10-1 your score. 8 of those runs came in the second, 2 in the third. And 1 run came across top of the fourth for Midland. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Little drifter here. Barely clips the outside corner. Waffled down there at the last second for a 1-2 count on Fuentes. No runners on yet for the Eagles. Do have a 9-run cushion. Curve it inside and gets a good yank out towards center field. Got some air on it. Boy, the center fielder misread is going to hit the big wall back there. Stubbs is going to chase it down, try to relay it in to second, and they're going to hold him up there. A triple converted by Fuentes. He's been on all 3 times so far. Triple, double, and a walk. Now they get this up to 10 once again. That would make it or 11 I should say. That would make it a 10-run lead, which they need for the Mercy Rule to shut this down in the 5th inning. Again, this is the first game of the doubleheader. Montez in now. He's 0 for 1. He did strike out, but he did have a walk and a run back in the 2nd inning. 12-2 hit count for the Eagles. Fastball outside, and having to stretch for it to keep it in play was Henderson. Good job, the catcher there for Midland. Eager to get home is Fuentes after the triple. Take a little time now. Chavez on the mound. Turns and fires. Little split ball out to the right side of the field. Right field, a high bouncer. Having to jump for it is Rodriguez. But that will score the Hobbs Eagle across the plate. RBI single. As scoring is Fuentes. So Montez getting the RBI single. Fuentes came across. Score goes to 11-1. Enough for the Mercy Rule in the 5th. Parrish will be on now. He's perfect, 2 for 2. A 2 RBI triple, a single, run scored, a steal, curveball inside, heading back to left center field, over the shoulder again, hits that back wall a 2nd time in a row. That'll be a double for Parrish. They'll send the runner going too, all the way home, and no chance for a throw. They get it to second, and that's about it. As coming across is Montez. A 2 RBI or 1 RBI double. As scoring Montez was Parrish. Parrish is perfect, 3 for 3 in this game. Of course, Luke Parrish came in batting .325 on the season, 4th on the squad, but he's definitely upping those numbers in this game. One of the lefties steps in now, bottom of the order, Curtis. So John Curtis wants to keep the score going up, 12-1 to point at this point. It's going to be a blooper on the curveball as it comes right back to the front of the mound there for Chavez. They're going to say hit the field turf first, maybe the plate, and they'll bring it back. I would have taken a few seconds for Chavez to scoop and throw there, so that could have been dropped down for enough time to get him to first, but still a foul ball. Big leadoff at second for Parrish. Curveball off the end of the bat. A little late swing that time for Curtis. Comes back 3D style to the middle of the backstop towards us. Count to 0-2 now to protect the plate is Curtis. 1 down here on the bottom of the 4th. Your Eagles up 12-1. So they're above the Mercy Rule at this point. Still got another inning to add on before that happens. Chavez going to read the signal of Henderson, his catcher. He winds up and throws. Fastball at the end of the bat. A wobbler to short. Ragosa lost it through his glove on an error, and that's going to score another run. He should have had an easy scoop on that one. Just kind of looked down too quickly, and the ball wasn't there yet, and jabbed the glove late, and that's going to score the run on the air. Any way you can get on bases, you'll take it. Except hitting the back, you don't want that to happen. Camacho going to start the order for the 4th time for the Eagles, who now lead 13-1 and still just that 1 out. Camacho 2 for 3, double, single, RBI, stolen base, 2 runs scored. Curveball inside, he takes a whack at it. And going to try to knock out his dugout on the left side of the field, on the foul territory. Still just 1 out for the Eagles. 12-run lead, 14-2 hit count for Hobbs. Waiting for that pitch from Chavez, who's taking a little delay here. Turns and fires. Fastball. Again, late swing. That's going to roll out towards the first baseline, out of play. Notice the Eagles not even trying to show bunt at all this first game. They've been swinging the bats. With 13 hits at this point. They had a slugfest with Artesia in that second game of the doubleheader last week, losing 16-13. Big comeback for the Eagles in that one. Still waiting for the pitch from Chavez, taking a lot more time in this inning. Wind up and throw. Fastball. This is going to head out towards left field. Going to be in home run territory. Heads back to the wall. Over the shoulder. Takes a bounce off the wall. It's going to take some time for Navarrete to get it in. And that will be an RBI double put through by Camacho. Actually, no. Run did not score there. Excuse me there. I believe that stayed at third. So the runner at second and third now. But still, that'll be a double for Camacho. So runners at second and third. That includes Curtis is out there waiting to come in. Camacho will be at second, and we've got timeout on the mound. Looks like they're probably going to make a decision on the pitching staff here. Coach Perez out there talking to the infield. I believe another pitcher is coming in here. I didn't see any warm-ups in the bullpen prior to that. And it looks like they will make the change. The first baseman going to move over. That's Kaler, as he will take over for Chavez. We'll see if he's going to be redistributed or not. And we'll take a break here on the pitching change warm-ups. Your Hobbs Eagles in demand and command of this game. 13-1 over Midland, the Texas Leadership Charter Academy. Back in 2 minutes live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Welcome back here to Sportsman's Park at Hobbs. Your Hobbs Eagles up 13-1 here in the bottom of the fourth, still at the plate. They get a new batter or make that pitcher in there, and that's going to be Kaler, the sophomore. 1-0 record, 3.00 ERA. His sixth game he's been in, no saves yet. Curveball inside and whacking it hard is Montez. This go out to left field. And that will... Eagles will have runners at first and second. Another more run comes across. And that'll make it 14-1. Caden Hernandez up now. Actually, that was Montez that got the RBI single. Hernandez is 2 for 3 at this point. 2 singles and 2 runs scored. He's been at the plate 4 times. This is his 4th. Curveball inside, trying to shave his chin just a bit there. Again, the new pitcher is Kaler in for Chavez. They move another player out to first base. So the double check here, that is number 40. Don't have him on the roster. We'll see who that was. Fastball, and this is going to go over the right dugout, over towards the JV field, out of play. Count to 1-1 now for Hernandez. Curtis is the one that scored the 14th run for the Eagles. 15 hits so far in this contest. Lots of guys with multiple hits. 3 apiece for Camacho, Montez, Parrish. 2 apiece for Hernandez, Fuentes, and 1 for Curtis as well. 1 for Montez. Fastball high for ball 2. 2-1 count. Again, Mercy rolls 10 runs in the 5th inning. Right now the 4th. 14-1 score, up by 13. A little bit of cushion on that Mercy roll. Runners at first and third. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. Fastball whacked out to short to Ragoso. Sidewinder to second. It's dropped by the former pitcher, Chavez. Fielding error there. And that'll score another run for the Eagles. That's Camacho coming across the plate. Makes it 15-1, and still just one out here in the bottom of the 4th. The bleeding continues for Midland. Looks like a pinch runner comes in for Hobbs, Alan Utahara. He's had 4 runs scored on the bases this season. Runners still at first and second. 15-1 your score. Curveball inside, and just spinning away from it is Kestner. Kestner's had a double in this ball game. RBI on top of that. Relief pitcher again, Kaler, the former first baseman. Fastball comes a little bit inside for ball 2. 2-0 count. Force out is at third for Midland, but they still have to get 2 outs to get out of this 4th inning as the Eagles lead by 14. Slated for 2 games here tonight. Curveball inside near the belt buckle, and getting spun around is Henderson. Trying to track it down. Little helicopter look there. Actually, I think they made a change possibly. Nope, it is Case Henderson still. Again, they're one of their better hitters. Hasn't done much in this game, but he definitely can swing the bat up to this point. 3-0 pitch coming here from Kaler. Fastball goes down low, and that'll be ball 4. So Gaston will get the walk. Next up is Cole Kestner. Kestner has got a lot of flies in this game. Center, second, and short. So he just wants to keep that bat down just a bit and try to get something in play. Runners on all 3 bases. We're loaded up here. Fastball comes high for ball 1. Good eye for Kestner. Eagles had 8 runs in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, and 5 in the 4th for the 15. Off of 15 hits. The windup of the throw, fastball high and outside for ball 2. So Kestner trying to get himself on base. That would score a run. Would be an RBI with a walk or a hit. 2 balls and no strikes. Kaler going to go high, and saving it going up off the ladder was Henderson, making sure that didn't go wild. 3-0 count. Again, a walk would be a run for the Eagles here, adding insult to injury. There's some violin music in the background for some reason. Oh, it hit the inside shoulder there of Kestner. Hit by a pitch. That will get a run scored the hard way, I guess. It was Alan Utahara, the pinch runner, scoring the run for Hobbs. Makes it 16-1. Fuentes up now. He's 2 for 2 with a double, triple, RBI, 2 runs, a walk, a stolen base. What more could you want? Fastball high, good eye for Fuentes for ball 1. Fuentes batting .370 this season. At his tops on or second on the squad, Jaden Hernandez at .393 into this game. Against the relief pitching of Kaler. Fastball gets inside, clips the corner for strike 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. Runners on all 3 bases. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Fastball low and hits the pitcher right in the middle of the back. Kaler trying to get away from it. He's limping a little bit. And that's going to score the run. Not much you can do about that. No hand behind your back there. It was a hot shot right to the middle of the 11 on the back of his jersey there, which will be an RBI single for Fuentes. He's been on all 4 times in this ball game for Fuentes, and that'll bring up now Montez, Tristan Montez. He's walked, he's struck out, and he got an RBI single, has scored 2 runs so far, so he's doing some numbers for the Eagles. 7th in the order for Hobbs. They're up 17-1. Also going to give the pitcher some warm-ups here as Kaler got hit pretty hard. They want him to be able to shake that out. Umpire giving him about 3 pitches, it looks like. He is relief for Zadrick Chavez, who's now at second. Eagles still got the bases loaded and 1 out still for the Midland defense. Eagles been averaging 6.8 runs a ball game and already almost tripling that number right now, and we're still in the 4th. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Curveball inside, and almost getting a piece of it. Kind of spun out of the way there that time. Strike for Montez. Anything outside the infield will get the run to score. Curveball high. Good eye for Montez. Evens up the count at 1-1 on the ball. Any base and out, though, for Midland, who needs to try to get the defense moving here to get themselves back at the plate for one final chance to get underneath the mercy rule. Curveball inside. Holding his ground was Montez. Boy, that was a tight one. They called the strike on it. And the count to 1-2. Kind of got choked in the gut that time with the pitch. Here's the 1-2. Going to go fastball outside and drops low for ball 2. Good eye for Montez. Of course, Parrish is up next. They don't want to pitch to him. 3 for 3. For a single, double, and a triple. Just needs a home run to go all 4 of the bases covered there. Curveball inside, going to slide away to the right, and sliding over to get it was Henderson. Save that from going wild. Wild pitch would score a run for Hobbs with the bases loaded. Count to 2-2. Kaler taking some time on the mound now. The windup and the throw. High fastball outside. It came off the webbing of the glove of Henderson. He had to track it down outside the third baseline with the walk and a score run, and RBI also converted for Montez. That'll make it 18-1. Keeps getting worse and worse for Midland. They're going to bring in Parrish now. He's had a great night so far. 3 for 3, as we mentioned just seconds ago. Single, double, triple. 3 RBIs, a stolen base, run scored. Perfect, as you could say. Late swing on the check there, the curve inside, and he'll let that go out to the JV field off the right. Just needs to plunk that in the outfield somewhere. Doesn't need to take it to the fence or anything with a big cushion, 17-run lead. Here's the 0-1. Curve it inside, late swing this time up the third baseline and barely touches the glove of Navarrete at third. I thought he might have touched it before it was called foul there, but he looked like he batted it out of bounds that time, but they go ahead and let it go to the foul territory. It's been a hard one to handle anyway. So 0-2 count now to Parrish, 8th in the order for the Eagles. Curtis due up next with just 1 out and an 18-1 lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Curveball high for ball 1. Eagles will go 5th time to the top of the lineup here if they can get to Camacho, which looks like a pretty good chance of that happening with just that 1 out. Curveball inside, check swing. Comes out kind of weird off the bat and hits the left backstop and didn't get the extension he wanted that time. Might have hit the handle or maybe his hand and just kind of flopped it up forward, but it went backwards instead. Stays alive does Parrish with the 1-2 count. Curtis has a single, RBI single to his name so far. He'll be up next. Here comes the pitch from Mailer, outside, fastball, and sliding right is Henderson to save it, the catcher. Count to 2-2. And Eagles on the road next week, Thursday, but they'll have a home game before that Tuesday against Roswell High. Just 2 games against each district opponent. Here's the 2-2 pitch, fastball high for ball 3. We got a full count, and boy, it's been a big battle for Parrish to get back into this count number here. Big pitch coming. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Not much time waiting for Kaler. Turns and fires a curveball and trying to get into the belt of Parrish. He holds on it for the walk and an RBI. So he's been on base all 4 times tonight. And that will score for the Eagles. Across the plate for their 19th run of the game, that was Cole Kestner. Eagles aren't done yet. Up 19-1, 1 out still. Bottom of the 4th. Curtis at the plate, the lefty. Curveball inside off the end of the bat to the middle of the backstop. He is 1 for 3 so far with the RBI single and a run. Flew to center, had an error, but then scored on that a few shots later for a run. 2 runs in the ball game for Curtis. Here's the windup of the throw. High one for Henderson, a curveball, and throw by Kaler, saved by Henderson, and he's keeping his pitcher alive here with some big saves from behind the plate. Of course, anything will come across for the Eagles with a bad throw, an error, whatever it might be. Curveball inside. This is going out towards center. Going to go back right center field. The back pedal for Stubbs to make a one-handed catch. That'll be a sack, though, as the run will score. And Eagles are going to go to 20 on the scoreboard. Now that'll be 2 outs for Midland defensively. RBI sack for Curtis. That was Fuentes scoring the run. And now it's Mr. Camacho's turn. Eagles their 5th time at bat to start the order. Camacho, almost perfect, 3 for 4. Double, single, double. 2 runs, an RBI and a stolen base. Curveball at the end of the bat. He hits the pitcher again. Kaler, that's the 2nd time, rolls out to shallow right off the leg of Kaler. And that will be a single, and we'll score a run as well. RBI single. Almost could say a double there, but it was a pitching-aided double if you want to go that way. RBI nonetheless. 4 hits in the game for Camacho. And that poor Kaler kid has been getting down every time he turns around. Goes to 17 hits so far in this contest for the Eagles. Bottom of the 4th. Fastball comes down low. And that looks like Alan Udahara has stepped in for his first time at the plate tonight. He had a chance to get on bases earlier. Curveball, it comes off the end of the bat. Sails out towards right, going into foul territory. Tried to get over the shoulder catch was Rodriguez, the right fielder, but tried to leap forward towards the foul wall back there right. Sun got in his eyes, you could tell that, but not able to come down with the catch. But it will stay alive for Udahara. Udahara has 4 runs scored on the season. Actually had 1 today, too, so 5 total for him. Hasn't had a hit this season yet. Working on it right now. 1 stolen base as well for the junior. Ooh, the fastball gets away from Kaler. Nice save for Henderson, the catcher. And 2 runners left, 2nd and 3rd for the Eagles with 2 outs, a 1-2 count for Udahara. 21-1 lead for the Eagles. Fastball goes low and outside for ball 2. Good stop sign put up by Udahara to stop the runner at 3rd. So I want to get thrown into an out here to finish up the inning. Be a big hole to dig out of for Midland in that 5th. They have to get it underneath 10 to keep the game moving along. Here's the pitch for Mailer. High one. This one's going to get away from Henderson. Got up as high as he could. Coach Bowman elects to keep the runners where they're at, so Parrish will stay at 3rd. Boy, is Henderson getting a workout behind the plate. Full count now for Udahara. Just trying to keep this thing in play and try to get some more runs up on the board. Those 17 hits so far for the Eagles. Curving inside and getting the shoulder out of the way is Udahara as he pulls a walk. So runners are loaded up again on all 3 bases. And looks like Hernandez up now for the Eagles. Hernandez 3 for 4 with 3 singles, an RBI, 2 runs scored. Had a fielder's choice in the first inning, but everything's been going better since then. 2 down, all bases loaded for Hernandez. Fastball, it's heading out towards right center. Might get in the gap and head to the wall. It's going to go to the wall and bounce off. That'll score 2 runs on the double. He's going to stay, actually, just give it 1 run as Coach Bowman lets 1 come in and 1 stay. So that's going to make it 23-1. Okay, 2 runs came across. Just waiting to see that. And saw the scoreboard light up too. They did that kind of quick. So 2 RBI double for Hernandez. Hard to keep up with all these runners coming around the plates now with 3 runners off for quite a bit of this inning. 23-1 here in the bottom of the 4th. Hobbs over Midland. Curveball, but it's got to go off top of the helmet there. Good duck down for Gaston. Gaston had a 2 RBI double, also had a walk, was hit by a pitch. He's been getting on base quite a bit. Runners at second and third. Fastball a little bit outside for ball 1. Eagles definitely want to add on to the score if they can, but I think the damage has been done so far with the bats of the Eagles at this point. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Fastball coming down low for ball 3. Good eye for Gaston. Going back to Jaden Hernandez, he was coming into the game at .393 and has done no damage to himself with 4 hits in this ball game. Fastball barely clips the outside corner for the strike. First positive pitch against Gaston so far here, 3-1 count. If he gets on, he will have the bases loaded once again, at least at first. Curveball inside, he will take the walk. That's his second walk picked up for the Eagles' benefit. Bases are loaded now. Tasty proposition coming for, I think do we have another change in the lineup here? Let's wait and see. Yep, Jackson Souter. Jackson Souter seeing his first action at the plate. Jackson coming in at .316 this season, 6 hits. He has 3 doubles, a triple, 4 RBIs, 4 runs scored. And has walked 4 times, has been hit by a pitch 3 times, and a lefty for the Eagles. Again, he's got a lot to work with here with 3 on the bases for the Eagles and leading 23-1. Good position to be in here. High pitch on the curveball for Kaler, high for ball 1. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th, been lasting a long time with all the offense for the Eagles. Racking up 18 total hits in this game. 8 of their 23 runs came in the second inning, though, but Hobbs has added a lot more since then. Fastball off the end of the bat. Getting a piece of a Souter. It's going to head out towards the left foul territory. And over the fans here near the Hobbs Eagle dugout on the left side. Out of play. He's back in the box now with a 1-1 count. The relief pitcher, Kaler, ready to go once again, shading his face as he's trying to get the count or the pitch call from Henderson. Wind up and throw inside at the ankles. And having to run over forward is Henderson up the first baseline. Runners are going to stay close to their bases. Don't want to get thrown out easily on those. So remain loaded here with a 2-1 count as Jackson back in the box. Mailer going to go with a fastball outside. Saved by Henderson for ball 3. Once again, RBI walk could help the cause out once again for the Eagles if he takes another bad pitch. Kaler comes back, fastball. Ooh, late strike call there. Souter was getting ready to run down that first baseline, and he was called back by the blue shirt behind the plate. Full count now. Force out at any one of the bases for Midland. Fastball down the middle. This is going to get in the first gap. Out to right field. Keeps on the ground. RBI single. 2 RBI single. 2 RBI double. As Souter going to finish all the way to second. Big time hit for him. 2 RBIs put through for Souter, and that will be 25-1. As the Hobbs Eagles all over Midland. Texas Leadership Charter Academy. Trying to say that fast. Fuentes stepping up now. He's had a great night on base all the time. 3 hits and 1 walk. Single, double, triple. Fastball down the middle for the strike. He's had a couple RBIs, 2 runs scored, a stolen base as well. Start off with a walk in the first, and our second had all 3 hits after that. There's the 0-1 pitch. Curveball high and bounces off the glove. Trampolines Henderson as he tries to pull it down, the catcher. Runners will stay at second and third for the Eagles. Count goes to 1-1. Second pitcher for Midland in this game as Kaler came in for Chavez. Curveball inside, a little late swing. It's going to go foul towards the JV field on the right. So staying alive for the Eagles is Jason Fuentes. Came in at .370 on the season in this game. Had 20 hits up to this point. Of course, add the 3 in this one for 23. Fastball, little knuckler off the bat, and it'll go to the middle of the backstop. Foul. Fuentes also scored 14 runs on the season. That's currently third on the team. But he's also added 2 more in this game, so that'll make it up to 16. So it gets him into second. Curveball a little high for ball 2. Count even now at 2-2. Runners getting kind of eager there at second and third for the Eagles. Souter at second. Of course, he got on with a 2 RBI double. Sinker hits the base or the home plate, and that'll make it a full count on the ball. So big pitch coming here to Fuentes. Midland trying to get out of this fourth inning. Has gone on for a decade. Fastball at the end of the bat. This is going foul right. Quickly over the dugout of the Blue Eagles, who are feeling the blues in this game. 25-1 your score, bottom of the fourth. Here comes the full count pitch. Fastball, little chin high. They're going to call the walk. So Fuentes will move on. His second walk of the game, and on all 6 or 5 times he's been at the plate. That won't run any scores through because it's now a full load up on the bases. And now it's going to be Montez stepping in. That's Tristan Montez, not Christian. He's the one with the Z on the end of the name. He's had 2 walks, had an RBI single, scored 2 runs, just 1 K. In fact, the Eagles only been struck out once in this ball game. Of course, 2 pitchers have been on the mound for Midland, and already we got Coach back out on the field. Kind of surprised. He's not making a change now, is he? As Coach Perez out on the mound, and I guess he is going to make a change. Late in this ball game, Eagles might not even have a chance to get back up if the lead as it is now by 24. It would go to the 5th, and then it would just be an at-bat for Midland. So they're going to get somebody out down here warming up. Double checking to see who that number is. I believe it's Diego Ragoza, who was the shortstop. Nope, correction, that is not him. We'll double check and see who that is. We'll be right back in 60 seconds. Pitching change for Midland, the 3rd time in the game. We'll be back 25-1 Hobbs in the bottom of the 4th. Well, looks like I had it right the first time. That was the shortstop to move to the mound, Diego Ragoza. He's the 3rd pitcher on the mound in this one, the 2nd relief. They started off with Chavez. Kaler came in, and then Ragoza now. Runners on all 3 bases for the Eagles. They were up big 25-1, bottom of the 4th. Still 2 outs. Curveball outside for ball 1. Eagles have been into their 5th time in the order up to this point. Trying to add on some insurance runs here, if you want to call them that. Fastball outside for ball 2. Some quick pitching now from Ragosa. It looks like they switched him out at short with Troy Kaler, who was the relief pitcher just earlier. Curveball inside, getting hit hard on the crank out towards right. Thrown inside that time and putting some nice bat work on it. Montez couldn't straight it out enough to get up that first base line, but good contact nonetheless for the lefty. Again, Montez with 2 walks, 2 RBIs, 2 runs. He's been on the bases 3 or 4 times so far. The 1-1 pitch, curveball outside, ball 2. Ragosa a little bit more of a lanky pitcher there. Again, moving over from the shortstop spot. 2-1 count now to Montez for his 5th time at bat. High riser fastball. Actually, they had the count different up there. That's going to be a walk, actually, for Montez. He's got 3 of those in the game and will score a run, an RBI, as that will bring across the plate for the Eagles, Jackson Gaston. So Gaston scores, and it's now 26-1. Midland will have to do a lot of touchdown scoring to get back in this one. Wrong sport, though. Still 2 down. Runners on all 3 bases once again. Fastball comes low. Swinging over the top of it is Parrish for the strike. He's 3 for 3. Single, double, triple. 4 RBIs so far. And a stolen base. On base all 4 times. The 0-1 pitch, fastball. This one's going down the third base line. Also hit the glove of Navarrete, the third baseman, out to left field. And that'll be an RBI single for Parrish to add insult to injury, at least to Midland. He continues to rack up the RBIs. He's got 4 in this game on 4 hits. 20 hits so far for the Eagles in this contest. Who's going to stop him here? Bottom of the order. And that's going to be John Curtis, the lefty. Curveball high for ball 1. Good eye there for Curtis. He's the bottom of the order. Get ready to start the order for 6 times now tonight, if Camacho gets a chance to get up to bat, although there are 2 outs for Midland's defense. 28-1. Sorry about the scoreboard. Pitch low on the fastball for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. 28 hits, or 28 runs, 20 hits. The sinker hits the plate, and it's going to roll behind. And it looks like Coach Bowman is going to tell his runners to stay put. Doesn't want to add salt in the wound here. Really tiring out Henderson in this first game of the doubleheader. He's been chasing a lot now. A lot of high-throwing stuff, too. Not stuff that's been getting behind him as much, but he's had to jump out and move to the sides quite a bit with 3 different pitchers on the mound. The 2-1 pitch coming from Ragosa. Fastball just high of the strike zone. And the count goes to 3-1. A walk would get the bases loaded again. Midland can ill afford that, although they've got a lot of room to make up here, down by 27 here in the bottom of the 4th. Ragosa looks back at second to check runner, throws the fastball low. Saving it down low was Henderson, put the glove between his legs, but that's a walk. Curtis on base for the second legitimate time in this game with a walk and a single. Did have a sack and was on because of an error earlier. Now we go to the 6th time to the top of the order. And that will be Camacho. Camacho with 4 hits, 4 out of 5 at the plate. 2 singles, 2 doubles, couple RBIs, 3 runs scored. Stolen base, curveball inside, heading out to left field. It could drop short. The left fielder comes in with the one-hander, Navarrete pulling it down, and the team doesn't even look like they know that's a 3rd out. I think that's been a long, dry run there, and they will come in. But, boy, what a complete offensive annihilation going on for the Hobbs Eagles as they were able to get it up to 28 on the scoreboard. So 18 runs, I believe, is what came across in that inning. They had everybody converting hits in this game. We'll try to get a quick rundown on all those here in just a minute. Again, 28-1, your Eagles over Midland Leadership Academy. Coming back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back live at Sportsman's Park. Ty Friend here with you. First game of the doubleheader against Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. Hobbs up 28-1 here in the top of the fifth. The last hurrah for the Blue Eagles, who are down by 27. Already a mercy rule situation. They don't get it underneath 10. Game is over. And they're going to keep Chase Brister on the mound for the Eagles, trying to get his third win of the season on one loss. First pitch was a strike. Curveball in the second hits the inside for strike two. Making quick work of Briston Stubbs. Or actually, that's Henderson out there. He's 0 for 2 with the 2 strikeouts at this point. Fastball low and outside. Actually, that was Stubbs. Had it right the first time. Count to 1-2 now. The center fielder had a fly to left field. Got a good contact on the ball. They've had one hit in the game. That was Regosa, 2 RBI, or RBI double, and they swing and a miss. That'll be strike 3 for Stubbs. That's the 11th K in the game for Chase Brister on the mound for the Eagles. Brister racking up the numbers tonight. Brister had 38 strikeouts into this game. That's 36, 47 total now with the 11 he's had so far. Fastball down the pike for the strike, as he faces Navarrete, who's had a strikeout back in the second. One hit, one walk, one hit by a pitch, and one fly to left. Everything else has been a strikeout. Fastball, late swing. And that'll be a strike again. That's for Braden Vizcaino, actually. He's a new one out on the plate now for the Blue Eagles. 1-2 pitch. Fastball, late swing off the handle. Going to go right foul over the backstop here. Vizcaino seeing his first action. Does not have a hit this season. Has 1 run scored, though. Vizcaino just a sophomore. Fastball inside, a golf swing. It hit the plate, and they're going to say it touched the bat, too. Tag out there from behind by Hernandez for strikeout number 2. So Navarrete going to take a seat. And last in the order, this could be last in the game for Midland, is Rodriguez, the right fielder. He was hit by a pitch back in the third. In fact, he was the first guy that even got on base for Midland back in the third inning. This could be all she wrote for the Blue Eagles. Fastball down the middle. Brister continues to put that thing hard across the home plate and takes a strike on the first one. He started the game on 6 Ks. Another fastball. Clips the outside corner for strike 2. An 0-2 count now on Rodriguez. Does not want to go down looking to finish up this ball game. Here's the windup of the throw from Brister. This one goes ankle high, hits the dirt. A la field turf. Good save there for Hernandez to get it back to his pitcher. 1-2 count now. And Brister will go to 3-1 on the season after he takes care of Rodriguez. Fastball down the middle, and he just watched it. That's it. Game over. He started off with 3 Ks and finished off with 3 Ks. That's the mercy rule win. 28-1 as your Hobbs Eagles get their 5th win of the season over Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. We'll take a quick break, come back with the numbers in this ball game. It was all offense for the Eagles and not much going on for Midland. Come back with us on the Hobbs Eagle postgame show. Welcome back to the Hobbs Eagle post-game show. Big win for the Hobbs Eagles. First game of the doubleheader with Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. Final score 28-1. Hobbs out hitting Midland 20-2. Complete domination in this ball game for Midland. They had one hit in the contest, one RBI double for Rayagosa. He was the final pitcher in the game, one of the reliefs. He went 1 of 2 in the contest. Actually, 2 hits, I should say. They also had a single from Kaler, who was a relief pitcher as well. So they had 2 hits total for Midland Charter Academy. They also were hit by a pitch to get runner on. That was Rodriguez, and they got a walk for Chavez. So their pitchers are the guys that actually did something in getting on base, but that's just about it. So they had 1 walk, 2 hits, and were struck out 13 times off the pitching of Chase Brister in this ball game. Complete devastation for Midland. They did not only got 1 run in the ball game, and unfortunate for them, and that was in the 4th inning. The 1 run did score. They had a couple of pitchers in the game. The one that gave up the most was Chavez. He finished up giving up 14 hits and 13 runs, so get close to half of the scoring for the Hobbs Eagles against the starter. Hobbs getting all kinds of people involved in the action in this game. In fact, they had 4 of 5 hitting for Camacho in the contest. He had a couple of doubles, couple of singles. Also had a pair of RBIs and has scored 3 runs for the Hobbs Eagles. Great night for him. It was Montez going 3 for 3 in the contest. He had a pair of singles, double, 3 RBIs, a run scored, and a walk. So he was on all base 5 times in the game. Hernandez went 4 for 4. He had 3 singles, a double, and finished up with 3 RBIs, and was 3 for 4 from the plate and had a couple of runs scored as well. So Hernandez with a great game too. Fuentes finished up 3 for 3. He was single, double, and a triple, 2 RBIs, 3 runs scored, and had a couple of walks and a stolen base for the Eagles. Montez in the game as well, Tristan Montez. He finished up a total of 1 of 2 at the plate as he got an RBI single, a run, actually 2 runs, 2 walks that led to RBIs as well for the Eagles. Boy, big game for Luke Parrish. He finished up 4 for 4 from the plate. He had a single, a double, a triple. Actually, let's correct that a little bit here. 2 singles, a double, and a triple. So 4 for 4 at the plate. Also got a walk, which turned into an RBI. He finished up with 5 RBIs in the contest and had a stolen base as well. So perfect getting on the plate all night long for Parrish. Last but not least was Curtis, as John Curtis finished up 1 for 3. He had an RBI single, also had an error to get on base, a sacrifice RBI, and had 2 runs on top of that plus a walk. So he got on base quite a bit as well, doing it a little bit of a different way. 20 hits for the Eagles. They were walked 10 times, and of course they scored their best point production of the season, 28-1, the final over Midland Christian. Congrats also going out to Chase Brister. He ran his record to 3-1 on the season. Again, only giving up 2 hits, a walk, and hit a pitch or hit a batter. That was about it. Not much going on as he did finish the game in this one. Again, 28-1 the final. The Eagles now improved to 5-14 on the season. Game 2 coming up at the doubleheader in about 20 minutes or so as the Hobbs Eagles play against Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy one more time. Stay with us live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park, ready for Game 2 here at the doubleheaders. Your Hobbs Eagles winning Game 1, blowout of Midland's Texas Leadership Charter Academy, 28-1, the final in that game. It's a big swing of the bats for the Hobbs Eagles. Had 20 hits, were on base 10 times due to walks, so definitely taking care of business. They scored 8 runs in the second, 2 in the third, and 18 in the fourth inning. One up to bat for Midland in the fifth. They were not able to get anything to come across, so that was the final in mercy rule fashion. Again, 28-1. Eagles are now 5-14 on the season. And they'll have another pitcher on the mound for this second game of the doubleheader, and that is Mr. Gaston will be out there for the Hobbs Eagles. Looking at his numbers this season, he comes in with a record of 1-3. It's his 8th game of the season and has a 5.12 ERA. We did see him in the last game as well for the Hobbs Eagles, but not at the pitching mound. Midland's up to the plate to start this ball game. They only had 2 hits in the first contest and a walk. It was a no-hitter for much of the contest for the Eagles in that game, but fortunately the hits came a little bit later in the contest, but a great job for Chase Brister picking up his 3rd win of the season. Second game again of the doubleheader. Last pre-district schedule game. Eagles will start with Roswell next week. Second pitch inside, swing and a miss for the Blue Eagles, as Kelly not able to make any contact. The count goes to 1-1. Again, they struck out 6 times to start the game in Game 1. Swing and a miss on the fastball. Coming across for Gaston, and the count now to 1-2. So it was 3 up and 3 down in inning 1 and 2 for the Eagles. And this will be fouled off on the fastball, going left over the fan section here towards the entrance to the ballpark. Trying to get my game reset here on the scoreboard. You don't want to spot the Eagles' 28 runs in this game. Or swing and a miss, and that'll be strike 3 as Kelly will go down. Big-time pitching again. We mentioned Brister in that first game as he had a total of 13 Ks in that contest, giving up only 2 hits. Second batter for Midland is Chavez. Takes the first pitch, a strike. He got a walk out of 2 at-bats. Nobody got more than 2 at-bats in that first game for Midland. Fastball high for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. Eagles will have Roswell at home on Tuesday and then away to Roswell on Thursday next week, right before the Easter break. Fastball outside and low for ball 2. 2-1 count. Looks like we got the scoreboard all back where it needs to. We'll get rid of that 1 run for Midland. Maybe we'll spot them a run here. Gets a piece of it, kind of low pitch there, and goes right behind the home plate. So staying alive with the contact is Chavez. He is playing right field in this game for the defense for Midland. Fastball down the middle and clips the outside corner and gets the strike call to full count it to 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. As Gaston continues to go against Chavez, who gets a piece of it again, and this time out passed over the top of the Midland dugout, out of play right. Full count remains. Second in the order, Chavez, Ragoza, and Henderson up next, 3 and 4 in the slots. Here's the windup of the throw from Gaston. Fastball at the middle of the bat and the middle of the backstop as well. So staying alive is Chavez in that first game of the doubleheader. The Midland squad did not get anybody on bases until the 9th at bat when they were hit by a pitch. That was Rodriguez getting hit. He got on base there in the 3rd inning. They did get a fly to left back in the 3rd as well that game, but everything else was a K. I mean, it was complete annihilation by Chase Brister on the mound for the Eagles. Here's the full count pitch again. Curveball almost took off the head of Chavez, and that will be a walk issued to him as he just had to try to get out of the way of that high ball. So 1 runner on for the Blue Eagles. Try to make up for a 21-8 28-1 loss in game one. Their record coming in is 5-7 after losing that first game. If you weren't with us in the first game, we were talking about how they were the runner-up in Division II of the Christian League there in Texas. Wild pitch goes right, and that's going to get the runner to advance to second. That's Chavez chasing it down for the Eagles behind the plate. Hernandez as he sails it back to Gaston to reset. So they lost in the championship game last year. There's 5 schools that they represent there in the leadership charter academies throughout the state of Texas, most on the west side. Ball floats down low for ball one. On the sinker there for Gaston. Count goes to 2-0. Runner at second for Midland. Gaston resets on the mound. Looks back at second to check the runner. Turns and fires a fastball and gets the outside corner to swing. No contact. Unable to make a piece of the ball there was Diego Ragoza. Ragoza playing catcher in this game. He was shortstop and a relief pitcher in the first game. Curveball inside is going to go foul out towards the sidewall and trying to chase it down for the Eagles, giving a good effort out there, but it gets over the wall and not able to bring it down was Kestner. Good hustle for him. And so staying alive at the plate is Ragosa. He's third in the order. 2 balls and 2 strikes here in the top of the first. We are slated for 7 in game 2 of the doubleheader. Lights are on here at Sportsman's Park. Check swing, and the ball goes low, sunk as it came close to the plate that time, and a good hold there by Ragosa not to be called off on the bait there. He held solid and got to a full count. 1 down here in the top of the first. Little delay here for Gaston. Turns and fires a fastball down low and gets him on the 3rd strike. He kind of looks back to the dugout, does Ragosa. Couldn't believe that one. So 2 Ks already being issued by Gaston. And that brings up the cleanup man in the order for Midland. And that is Kason Henderson. Henderson usually their best hitter, batting .552 heading into this doubleheader, but didn't have much hitting going on at all. 0 for 2 with 2 Ks out of the 13 Ks in the game. Fastball goes down low, kind of ricocheting off Hernandez that time. Chases it in front of the plate and gives it back to Gaston to make sure that runner is going to stay solid at second. Pretty night for baseball here. Sun's still out a little bit. Going to be causing some havoc for right field at least at this point. Fastball right down the pike. You could hear the leather of the glove behind home plate as Hernandez comes up with it, the catcher for the Eagles. Count to 1-1. Gaston resets. Waggling of the bat behind the ear by the batter. Fastball outside and way low there, but still trying to get a piece of it. Unable to come up with anything that time was Henderson. Count to 1-2. Again, just 2 hits in that first game for the Midland Bats. Gaston returns to the curveball inside, and holding on it was Henderson. He's going to go down. 2 Ks in a row, 3 total in the first inning. 1 walk for Midland. They leave 1 on. No runs come across. No hits as well. We go to the bottom of the first. Your Hobbs Eagles getting those bats ready. They won game 1 28-1. Want to start it here in the first. We'll come back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back to live action here at Sportsman's Park. Ty Friend here with you. It is a Tuesday night, second game of a doubleheader against the Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. Still 0-0, bottom of the first. Eagles coming up to the plate. Of course, in the last game, Eagles managing 20 hits. Got 10 walks as well. Had bases loaded quite a bit of that ball game as they won 28-1. Starting off for the Eagles, Mr. Camacho. You hear the Macho Man theme song in the background. Camacho in that first game of the doubleheader was 4 of 5 from the plate, so definitely swinging that bat well. 2 singles, 2 doubles, a couple of RBIs, 3 runs scored, and a stolen base. Doing it all with those 4 hits. He's going up against the pitching in this game. Henderson was playing in the first game, not on the mound, of course, for Midland. Henderson with an 0-2 record so far this season. Not a very good ERA, 21.75. The junior's in his 7th game this season, has no saves yet to his name. So he'll be the first one out on the mound. They had 3 pitchers go through the first game for Midland. Henderson just a junior, so he's got 1 more year left. So ready for some offense for the Eagles. Camacho, Montez, Jaden Hernandez, some of the heavy hitters for Hobbs, 1, 2, and 3 in the order. Still scoreless, bottom of the first. First pitch from Henderson, fastball. It's going to go through second base, out to center field, keeps on the ground. That'll be a single to start it off. Exactly what you want to see from the Eagles. In fact, if you look at the first game, Hobbs didn't get a lot of hits in the first couple of innings until kind of close to the end of the second. They finally got a 2 RBI triple from Parrish, and Curtis got an RBI single. Before that, though, 1 double for Camacho to start the game, a couple of walks in game 1 of the doubleheader. But right now they want to get this an early night shutdown as Montez steps up. Montez had 3 hits of his own in game 1 with 2 singles and a double. 3 RBIs, a run and a walk as well. Throw to first, not there in time, as getting back easily Camacho. Pulled down by Kelly there at first base. A few looks over to first again by Henderson. Tall, lanky kid on the mound for the Blue Eagles. Fastball low and outside. They're going to quick throw to first. Boy, they're getting real aggressive on the defense now. Getting back in time. Ball was thrown kind of short to first. Kelly had to come back up the first baseline to scoop it up. And Camacho back in time. So get more aggressive. They're going to try to pick off runners. You can tell in this game. A little bit different of a strategy here. Although the Eagles had a lot of guys on the bases earlier. On the steal attempt, curveball inside, going to slam down the first base line, hits the third baseman in the bag as well, rolls out to left field, and that will be a single for the Hobbs Eagles. Hard shot, getting the shoulder of that third baseman, Dupree, and he tried to turn to get away from it, but ball stayed in play, and it rolled out to that field. So 2 singles in a row for the Hobbs Eagles. As going to bring up Hernandez now. He had a good first game as well. He went 4 of 5 from the plate. 3 singles, a double, 2 RBIs, a couple of runs scored. Takes the first pitch, a curveball right in the back. That got a hurt on that one. That's his 5th time that he's been hit in the back this season. In fact, he's a leader when it comes to being hit. Not a stat you want to be a part of, but that's the way it goes. So already 3 runners on the bases ready that we just saw in the first game. That's the way it was for about halfway through to the end of the ball game. Lots of load-ups, but doing it early now. Like to kind of get that 10-run lead and cushion it in for the victory for another Mercy Roll win. Coming in now is Gaston. He was on base several times. He got a walk, a double. Also was hit by a pitch. Takes the first for fastball, a strike down the middle. With an 0-1 count. Of course, Gaston on the mound for the Eagles in this one, playing cleanup at the plate. Bases loaded, big leadoff for Hobbs. Fastball hits the right side of the plate and rolls. Trying to cover home is Henderson, the pitcher, and chasing it to the backstop. Behind home plate, Ragoza. Of course, he started off this doubleheader as a shortstop, so he does have a good glove, but it's kind of hard when that ball hits hard off that home plate. You got to chase it quickly, especially with the bases loaded. Easy chance to score for the Eagles. Here's the windup and the throw from Henderson. Fastball off the handle and go to the middle of the backstop, out of play over the top. Telgaston wants to get this thing out to the outfield to get some runners scoring. Hobbs didn't score until the second inning where they had 8-0 in the first game. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Henderson. Curveball inside, gets a good whack on it, goes high out towards left field. Even the shortstop going back to help out. Left fielder jumps up in the air with a one-hander, pulling it down. Navarrete, that's a sac fly, though, as coming home will be the Eagles scoring. And they get the runner to go to second after the single. So Hobbs getting on the board for Camacho. Sac fly for Gaston, an RBI on top of that. And we got a 1-0 lead already for the Eagles here. That will be the first out as well. Bottom of the first, 1-0 Hobbs. Fifth in the order now for the Eagles is Kessner. Kessner takes a curveball inside, knee high, and steps away from it for the ball. Kessner not able to get a hit in that first game, but definitely like to take care of business here with the Eagles up 1-0. Fastball low and outside for ball one, or make it ball two, 2-0 count. Runners at second and third. Henderson going to look back at third to check the runner, turns and fires it inside, by out the knee height again for ball three. Good eye for Kessner. Kessner definitely wants to get on base here to keep the offensive momentum going. Takes a fastball and clips the outside corner for the strike. He has 3 walks this season, but also 13 RBIs heading into the doubleheader, which is second best on the team. Well, they call that a third strike, I guess. Or was that a walk? I'm sorry, a walk issued there. So we got bases loaded now for the Eagles. Kind of a delayed call on that one. I thought he had called a strike on the outside corner there, but he let him go to first. Fastball comes down the middle for Fuentes. Takes that a strike call. Here's the windup of the throw from Henderson. Fastball whacked out hard to right center. That's going to take a bounce to the warning track. It's going to take a while for them to track it down. Running to second on a double. 2 runs are going to score here. Making a triple as he continues to wind it out to third on the dive. Finally getting the ball in play defensively out there in center field was Stubbs, but it took a while for him to track it down. Big time triple for Fuentes. Can't sneeze about that one. 3 runs come across, so a 3 RBI triple as Montez gets in, Hernandez as well, and Kessner. 4-0 your score here in the bottom of the first. Henderson has just 1 runner to deal with now at third, which makes it even worse with just 1 out. Curveball outside and ball. Ragosa popped up and quickly looked towards third and made sure that triple hitter is Fuentes getting back. Still just 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Henderson returns to the fastball, swing and a miss, a little outside that time, and fortunately didn't get across the plate the way he wanted to on that one. The 1-1 pitch coming to Tristan Montez. Curveball inside, a little waffling shot down the first baseline, a dribbler right to first. Stamping on the base, getting the out, and kind of a delay there. I don't think he knew if he actually touched or not. That was Kelly, and he was going to throw it home, but he thought, well, maybe I better stomp again to make sure they got the call on the out here first, on the force out first, and they just held the ball. It probably could have had an easy throw to first or to home to get the run to stop. So fielder's choice and a score on that one. Another run will score, make it 5-0 here in the bottom of the first, still 1 out. Up at the plate now for the Eagles is Luke Parrish. He had a big first game. Golf swing on the curveball inside, goes to the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Parrish managed 4 for 4 at the plate. Hitting all over the place. Pair of singles, a double, triple. Had 5 RBIs. 1 walk, which also scored a run. 0-2 pitch going low on the fastball, kind of pulled out of that one. Got past the catcher, but he's still alive with the 1-2 count. Parrish, of course, plays right field. Not getting a pitching start in this doubleheader. Anderson comes back with a fastball, low, check swing. Going to say he didn't go around on it. Kind of got through the legs there of Ragosa anyway. And the count evens up at 2-2. Parrish 8th in the order for the Eagles. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball, whacks headed down the third baseline. Looks like it might have bounced foul, and it will go out. So they will have to bring him back for another swing of the bat. Kind of holding up a second to make sure that was going to possibly stay in fair territory. Kind of moving over to the sideline. There was Dupree, the third baseman, but took a little curve out, and he knew that was not going to be in play. Eagles have picked up 3 hits so far, a triple and 2 singles. And back in the box goes Parrish, facing a 2-2 count with 2 outs. Curveball inside. He'll take that one over the right side foul territory towards the JV field. And no JV game going on. This had practice today. Hobbs on the home game Tuesday against Roswell High to start district, and Thursday on the road at Roswell. Just single games this year, no doubleheaders in district. Curveball high for the ball, and a full count now to Parrish. 5-0 Eagles, bottom of the first, with 2 down. Anderson comes back, keeps it low. Golf swing hits the bag, and it's going to take a roll up the first baseline. Catcher fires to first, kind of bobbled for a second. Kelly able to pull it down. Kind of an offside throw by Ray Goza to the left of the bag there at first, but they're going to say it's good enough. So that will be it for the Hobbs Eagles here in the bottom of the first. So Hobbs managing to get 3 hits. 5 runs come across as they leave 1 on base. 5-0 your score. Hobbs leading over Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. We'll go to the top of the second coming up in 60 seconds here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back live here at Sportsman's Park, top of the second inning. Hobbs Eagles up 5-0. Thanks to 3 hits, singles by Camacho and Montez, and a triple by Fuentes. Curveball inside for Midland as Kaler tries to get a piece of it and does. That'll send it over the right backstop, out of play, foul. He's 5th in the order for Midland. He did see some time at first and on the mound in relief in the first game of the doubleheader. He calls time and steps out of the box. Kaler 1 for 2 in the first game, a single and a strikeout. 1 of 2 hits that they had. Curveball comes down the middle and a strike, as holding on it was Kaler. So now working with a 0-2 count here in the top of the second. The windup of the throw from Gaston, fastball, swing and a miss, and that's going to sit down Kaler. That's already 4 Ks so far as he's trying to match his starter from the first game. Of course, 13 strikeouts in game 1 for Chase Brister. Navarrete will come on now for Midland. Jeremy Navarrete, only 160 on the season, had 4 hits up until the doubleheader. Takes the fastball outside for ball 1. 1-0 count. Gaston with the windup and the throw. Fastball off the handle. Goes to the middle of the backstop. Foul ball. Of course, the Hobbs Eagles last week played Artesia twice, the #1 team in the 4A. In the second game, pretty close, 16-13, 29 combined runs for those two teams. And Artesia also won the basketball championship a few weeks ago. Fastball sinker, swing and a miss. Trying to come over the top of it there was Navarrete, a little late on that one, and picks up his second strike. 1-2 count. Nobody on the bases for Midland here with one down. Fastball and check swing. It got loose. They get the tag out, and that will sit down. Navarrete, good hustle from behind the plate there for the Eagles by Hernandez, the catcher. So 2 down for the Midland squad. And now that's going to bring on the, I thought they had Dupree on the lineup here. I'll have to double check what they've got going here. It looks like the pitcher is going to be up there. They had DH'd him, but that's Henderson on the plate. Takes the first pitch outside for ball one. Golf swing on the sinker on the second pitch from Gaston. Swing and a miss for strike one, a 1-1 count. One ball and one strike. Gaston take a little bit more time now. Turns and fires. Curveball and hits the butt of Henderson. He throws his bat. Not a happy camper after that one. So Henderson hit by a pitch. He'll take a run to first. And now 8th in the order is Stubbs. Stubbs in the first game was the center fielder. He was 1 for 2. He was the first guy that actually threatened to get something going for Midland in the third inning of that game, a fly to left field, but then struck out in his second at-bat. Nobody got more than 2 at-bats in that first game for Midland. Fastball goes on outside for ball one. Good save there for Hernandez behind the plate for it not to go wild. Eagles will have a week of practice before that game at home against Roswell Tuesday here at Sportsman's Park. 5 o'clock start on that one, just one. Fastball clips the outside corner. Stubbs held on it, and the count goes to 1-1. Force out at second for the Eagles defense. Gasson curve it inside, a hard shot to third, and leaping backwards to make the catch with one hand for the Eagles. Beautiful play there was Montez. That is out number 3. Boy, that was a hard shot. Christian Montez, out number 3. No hits, one player left on base. No runs come across. We head to the bottom of the second. Your Eagles up 5-0, blanking Midland. We'll be back in 60 seconds live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Welcome back to Sportsman's Park. Bottom of the second inning, your Hobbs Eagles back up to the plate, leading 5-0 over Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. Oh, already we got a hit batter to start the second for the Eagles. And this is his first time at the plate tonight. Phillips getting hit pretty hard. He's going to take a run to first, hit by pitch. Bottom of the order he was. We go to the top of the order for the second time now as Juan Camacho comes in. He hit a single and got a run scored in the first inning. Runner on, of course, Phillips getting hit by a pitch. Got popped pretty hard on that one. Curveball inside. It's going to be a high ball going towards left, and the shortstop tried to backpedal and lost it. Can't say the sun caused that issue, and hit the glove. Probably should be an error on that one, as it'll be Camacho getting on base. Misread there from a shortstop, Kaler. And runners at first and second now. On the plate now, the Eagles for Christian Montez. He had a single and a run just like Camacho did in the first inning. So bookends back-to-back to start this ball game. Henderson throwing a fastball. Sinker drops low for ball one. Definitely does want to get this thing wild with runners at first and second, but a good save there from behind by Ragoza. Takes a peek back at second as Henderson. Wind up in the throw. Fastball. It's going to come off the handle and go foul. Rolling to Coach Bowman in the coach's box third base side. Kind of a little wobbler that time. Didn't get really much of a full extension on the swing. No balls and a strike now for Montez, second in the order. Henderson comes back. Curveball. Almost takes off the helmet of Montez. Good duck down there. And takes the first ball, making it a 1-1. Hernandez and Gaston, 3 and 4 in the order for the Eagles. Curveball inside, check swing, and to go foul. High in the air there towards right, but it's going to take a quick curve and head out towards the sidewall. Routine run over there just to see if he had an opportunity for a second. Vizcaino decides just to call it off and still chase it down as it rolls up that sidewall. Count to 1-2. So getting a good chop on that one was Montez. Waggling the bat behind that right ear as he waits for the pitch from Henderson. Good leadoff for the Eagles. Fastball, late swing. This will take a bouncer. Looks like foul on that third baseline again. He has been consistent by flopping it down there. Keeping Coach Bowman on his toes in that coach's box. 1-2 counts. Again, Eagles with those 28 points in game one, 20 hits total. The top of the order loaded up with guys connecting on the ball throughout the ball game. Henderson taking a lot of time now as he's making those runners think about it just a bit. Turns in a fastball at outside and low for ball two, evens up the count. 2-2 now. No outs in the bottom of the second. 5-0 Eagle lead. The windup in the throw. Fastball on the middle of the bat, and it goes foul right. Quickly over the Midland dugout. Of course, Midland is a charter school there in Texas, playing in the Texas Christian Athletic League. Runner-up last year in the championship game. 1-2 pitch, fastball. He's going to even this out a little bit more, but this time he's going to float it out to right field, and it's kind of short, but it's going to be caught on the run and pulled down by Vizcaino. He's going to relay it into second. Actually, the shortstop over close to second. Runner will advance to third, but that will move a runner to third in scoring position for the Eagles. So a little sack action there. Runner to third now, getting close to that home plate. Hernandez up next. He was hit by a pitch back in the first inning and scored a run eventually. Eagles just with one out after that sack. Henderson comes with a fastball low and outside. The steal already underway. And boy, completely no chance to throw him out. Fast run there by Camacho, getting that steal. Good sprint there. Fastball coming low for the ball. Count to 2-0. Camacho with his 8th stolen base this season after that quick sprint to second. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Henderson. Fastball does clip the outside corner this time for the strike. 2-1 count. Holding on it was Hernandez. Runners at second and third. Henderson with the fastball low outside and off the chest protector, kind of messing with it just a bit, was Ragoza, trying to see if any runner is going to bite. And they decide to stay near their bag, so no harm done on that one. 3-1 count now. Definitely don't want to get a walk here to load up the bases. That happened several times in that first game. Little change up inside, a dribbler out towards short, should be a routine play. The scoop for Kaler, fires it to first, but it's a bad low throw. Might have hit the bag, rolls to the sidewall near the dugout for Midland, and that will score a run. So bad throw in the infield for the air. But it'll take some scoring for the Eagles. 2 runs come across on that one to make it 7-0. So Hernandez gets the error. Second error in this second inning for the Midland defense. And the pitcher, of course, Gaston up next. He had a sack RBI back in the first. 7-0 here. 5 runs in the first, 2 in the second for Hobbs. They had 8 in the second inning in the first game. So already getting close to their numbers from that game. Curveball inside. This one heading towards the left center field. Going back to the wall. It takes a bounce and then hits the wall. The left fielder finally getting over there. That's going to be at least a triple. The run scores an RBI. They throw it to third and a slide. It rolls out to the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Coach Bowman will hold him up on that one. So Gaston with a triple and an RBI. It's a way to get things going for the Eagles. That's 8-0 now, matching their second inning score of the first game. Things continue to move for the Eagles. As Kestner comes in, he walked and scored a run back in the first. Kestner takes the first pitch, low and outside for ball 1. Kestner trying to get some ball contact in this game. Did make some in the first game, a little bit of fly action going on there. Curveball late hit, that's going to go down the first base line and continue to roll down to the wall. Boy, that took a long time. That's going to be at least a double. That's where he's going to stop and scores another run. RBI double for Kestner. He's been stretching out on pitches in that first game. This one finally paid off and just came off the end of the bat and took a zing down the first base line. And it took a long time for anybody to react to it, and Viscano, the right fielder, finally got over there. So a double for Kestner. Fuentes up now. 3 RBI triple in the first inning. Score now is 9-0. Hobbs up here in the second. Already one away from the mercy roll, but I have to wait till the 5th inning for it to click in. Fastball goes low to Fuentes. Jason Fuentes batting .370 this season before this doubleheader. Curveball inside and getting back is Fuentes. Good read on that one. Fuentes with 3 hits in game 1 and a couple of walks. Added that double earlier. Ball comes off the end of the bat. Foul right behind home plate. Little 3D action coming at us here. Here on the bottom of the second, 4 runs that come across for the Eagles, leading 9-0. Runner at second. Henderson keeps looking back at him, turns and fires down the middle, and Leachy across the plate and kind of jabbing at it. It's going to hit the roof of the Midland dugout and out of play, foul territory on the right side. A little bit of wind blowing here tonight, maybe 5 to 10 miles per hour. 80-plus degrees today, and should be the same tomorrow. Here's the 1-2 coming from Henderson. Taking a little delay now. Big leadoff for Kestner, almost halfway between second and third. Bad pitch on the wild. It's going to roll to the wall behind the plate. And Kestner gets an opportunity to be in scoring position now at third base. Henderson not a happy camper as he marches back to the mound. Pitch well outside, right of the plate. Count to 2-2 now. Fuentes waits for it. It goes again a while to the right side of the plate. Might have hit the plate that time. Kestner going to go home and dives. Face first, chest and gut across the plate and scores. Putting his body on the line that time. Yeah, that RBI double before that and a run score now. 10-0. Mercy Rule numbers have been made, but still in the second inning. So still some baseball to come. They get some extra balls thrown in there to the umpire. Kind of a layoff for the Eagles, about a week until their next game on Tuesday against Roswell High, starting off district. Thursday on the road at Roswell. Let's make a note there, no doubleheaders in district this year. It's 5 o'clock starts, all 6 games against their 3 opponents, Roswell, Clovis, and Carlsbad. Curveball inside, it's going to go out towards second. Take the nice roll, and that'll be a single. Another runner on base for the Eagles. So Fuentes gets on, he's 2 for 2 on the plate. Montez now at the home site. Of course, Montez had a fielder's choice back in the first inning. But if you look at him in game 1, he had some good contacts. RBI single, walked a few times too. Both those score with the complete full bases. Throw to first, not in time. Sliding back is Fuentes. Runner at first. Just still 1 out for the Eagles. And continued out on the lane. Another throw to first. They're just trying to mess with the Eagles. We saw that even in the first inning to get things going. I think Coach Perez not happy about how many guys were on base for the Eagles in that one, as they loaded up quite a bit of time. Curveball outside and chasing it to the left and coming up with it is Ragosa. Save that from going wild. And he was ready to throw somebody out too, as he kind of spun around like a tornado that time off the left of the plate. Here's a 1-1 pitch from Henderson. Curve outside again. Ragosa jumps up quickly and kind of rolled that ball in his glove, and he's got to be careful he's not going to drop that thing and cause that runner to get where he needed to go. 2 balls and a strike. Montez, the lefty, waits for the fastball outside. They will throw it down to first, but the ball gets knocked around by the first baseman. Enough time to get back for the Eagles. Kelly, the first baseman for Midland. Of course, Fuentes, the runner that time, and didn't have much trouble to get back to the bag. 2 balls and a strike. Henderson looks back at first, nods his head, fires the curve inside, clips the corner, close to the zone there in front of Montez, and gets the strike. 3 balls and 1 strike. The lead off at first for Fuentes. Another throw to first. This one a little bit harder now, and trying to keep Fuentes honest there at the first base. Get kind of a workout here, about 4 throws in the last couple of minutes. Still a 10-0 lead for the Eagles. More than what they had in game 1. It was 8-0. All of their 8 runs in the second. 5 in this inning. Fastball high for ball 3. Well, that's 4. No, that's the 4th pitch there to go walk. So they will send Montez to first. Luke Parrish will come on now. Of course, he's had a great night so far in this doubleheader. Parrish went 4 for 4 in the first game. A single, double, triple, walk, 5 RBIs, runs scored. You name it, he had it. Runners at first and second, too, with just 1 out. Fastball outside for ball 1. Parrish now with those 5 RBIs in the first game has 9 overall. I'd like to make it at least a double digit here and get these 2 runs that come across. Or put it over the fence for 3. Henderson kind of slowing it down just a bit. Turns and fires. Fastball. Gets the outside corner for the strike. Gets the count even up at 1-1. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Eagles won 28-1 in game 1. 18 runs in the 4th inning to put that game away. Henderson looks back twice at second for the runner. Check swing looking for Parrish. He gets past the Ragosa, the catcher, and it's going to roll to the wall behind home plate and gets the runners to advance for the Eagles. Now knocking at the door at second and third. So mistakes not helping anything when your team down 10-0. Got to get those pitches into the glove, or the Eagles will come a-calling on that home plate to score again. 2 balls and a strike. Curveball off the end of the bat. It'll go right foul over the backstop. Evens up the count at 2-2. Henderson taking a big sigh, and now he's going to throw the fastball. Oh, that got a little bit of a curve to it as it's going to head right, foul territory over the sidewall, out of play, and some good contact that time, but just trying to straighten it out just a bit is Parrish. Of course, he likes to play out there on defense in that right field, but don't want to sell it too shallow out there for an easy catch. Time called, Parrish steps out. Letting Henderson think about it on the mound just a bit. Runners back out, leading off there for the Eagles at second and third. Henderson checks him out. Fastball clips the outside corner. And Parrish is kind of bewildered about that one. Just kind of shook his head and walking back to the dugout now for strike 3. First K of the game for the Eagles. In fact, I think there was only 1 K in the first contest, if I remember right. They had 3 different pitchers on the mound for Midland. Yep, just 1 K. So Hobbs doing a good job either making contact or reading pitches for the walks. Fastball comes down low and outside for ball 1. And that's Phillips, last in the order for the Eagles. Did not bat in game 1, but getting his opportunity here. Was hit by a pitch back in the second inning to start it off. Fastball kind of clips inside for the ball. Count to 2-0. 2 outs. Still the bottom of the second, slated for 7, or mercy roll at 5. Fastball low and outside, again gets past Ragosa. Runner's going to come in a full sprint, staying it up though. Not having to dive down or anything, he's there in time. As coming across that home plate for the Eagles, put another run on the board. Jason Fuentes, 11-0 your score. Still in the bottom of the second. 3-0 count now for Phillips. Takes the fastball down the pike for the strike as he held on that one. Three-one count from Henderson. Curveball inside. This is going towards the wall. Left center. Heading back, and gets into the trees. It bounces off the top. I guess, did it hit the tree? Or do they call that a in-the-park double? What's the call there? Looked like it might have hit the tree limb there at left center field. What did they? I guess they called that an extended double going to third. Actually, I'm not sure about that because that's just an automatic double. You don't get to go further than that. Not sure what the call was out there. It went to the top of the, unless the left fielder somehow was able to make the catch off the wall. That's the only thing I can think of because it looked like it hit the tree limb that was hanging near that left center field. Curveball inside. It's going to go off the end of the bat. Rolls right back to Henderson at the mound, and the throw easy to first. And that will be the out for the Eagles, as they were able to knock on 7 runs to make this 12-0. Again, mercy rolls 10 in the 5th. Right now, we're in the top of the 3rd as we head to it. Hobbs blanking Midland. Will be back in 60 seconds. We're back live at Sportsman's Park. Game 2 of the doubleheader. The Hobbs Eagles leading 12-0 over Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. Getting you an update on that one hit by Phillips. I guess they said it hit the left center field wall at the top, barely. You couldn't tell whether it was caught or not by the left fielder because he had his back turned to the field, so he was facing the trees behind there. And I thought maybe it was a automatic double play, but they went ahead and let him go all the way to the triple on that one. So it did ricochet off the very top of the wall, almost got over, but I thought maybe the tree might have hit it. But that was a triple. Hobbs did not score after that, but it was 12-0. That is the end of the third. Or actually the end of the second. Top of the third now. Midland at the plate as they trail the Eagles 12-0 here. And so far for Midland, they've been able to get any hits at this point. They've been struck out 6 times by Gaston. Vercano now the last in the order for Midland. Takes a curveball inside, swing and a miss. Came over the top of it that time. Vercano, the right fielder for Midland. He came in once, didn't get a hit in the game 1. Fastball down low off the end of the bat. Looked like he had the punter out that time, and it's going to go foul as it rolls to the sidewall on the right side. Staying alive, though, with an 0-2 count, just making contact is Vercano, last in the order. Kelly, Chavez, and Ragosa due up next to start the second time around for the Blue Eagles. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Gaston. Swing and a miss, and he will sit down on the strikeout. 2 Ks against Kelly, or correction, first K against Vercano. That's the 6th K issued by Gaston against the Midland batters so far. Top of the order is Kelly, who struck out to start the ball game. And Eagles up 12-0 in the top of the third. Lefty is Kelly. Curveball, swing and a miss for Kelly. Shaking his head as he steps out of the box. Trying to get some runners here for Midland. Took him 2 innings even to get contact. They had 6 Ks in that first game. Curveball inside, a knuckler off the handle. Hits the high netting on the left side backstop towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Coach Boyle is going to jog out for it. Lots of games in Lee County tonight. Now Jowl and Lovington are all in action. Hobbs Eagles, of course, with his doubleheader. Gaston out with the 0-2 pitch. Curve it, and off outside the end of the bat. And just kind of a half swing there. Miss it for Kelly, and he's 0 for 2 with 2 Ks to his name. 7 strikeouts now for Gaston. Chavez now second in the order. He's only one of the 2 guys that have gone on base so far with a walk. Henderson was the other one that got on, who was hit by a pitch, the pitcher. Fastball high and outside for ball 1. 2 outs here in the top of the third. Back in the box comes Chavez. Fastball outside. Good save there for Hernandez, the catcher for the Eagles. Not to worry, though. Nobody on the bases. Count to 2-0. Of course, Chavez saw some time on the mound, was chased after giving up, 14 hits, I believe, in that first game. Fastball down the middle as Chavez waits on it and takes the strike. Count to go to 2-1. Yeah, 3 pitchers were burned up in the first game for Midland. Here comes the 2-1 now from Gaston. Fastball, a little late in the swing. He'll hit it hard, but it's going to go well outside the first baseline and rolls into the wall on the side, on the Midland side right. Count evens at 2-2. Couple check swings, or practice swings, I should say, on the left side of the box, and back in goes Chavez. Try to get something started for the Eagles squad of blue. Fastball low and outside, and diving sideways to the right is Hernandez. Not going to let any of those get by him, no matter what the situation is. Of course, he's played there both games of this doubleheader so far. Sprinting into the box comes Chavez for some reason. Here's the full count pitch. Bounces outside. That'll be ball 4. And 2 walks for Chavez, so he's starting to get kind of a swing of things here. And actually not the swing, the walk of things, I should say. Chavez came into this contest with 9 walks. He was second on the team, add 2 in this game. He's got 11 total. Him and Knowles, the 2 guys that walk a little bit more for Midland. But they got to get some hits is what the issue is. Only 2 in that first game. Haven't got 1 yet in this game. Looks like they're bringing in some more baseballs for the plate umpire now. Ragosa, shortstop in game 1, catcher in game 2 here. Up to the plate now for Midland. Fastball outside. We've seen a lot of those pitches going there for Gaston for the ball. Ragosa did manage to get a RBI double in the 4th inning of the first game. 1 of 2 hits for Midland. 1-0 pitch, curveball inside, golf swing out to right field. Should be a routine catch for the Eagles, and coming up with a couple of steps and making it for Hobbs was Luke Parrish, and that will end this top of the 3rd inning. So basically not much going on as usual for the Midland Blue Eagles. Ragosa with the fly out to right. They had 1 walk to get a runner on. Also struck out twice. Nobody comes across. 1 left on base. No runs. It's 12-0 Eagles. Bottom of the 3rd coming up next. Hobbs at the plate. Stay with us live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Hobbs Eagles lead 12-0, bottom of the 3rd, as they're taking on Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy, who are coming in with a 5-7 record. Eagles getting their 5th win of the season, and that earlier 28-1 win over this same team. Henderson, the pitcher, he'll come back here in the bottom of the 3rd for Midland. A few warm-up pitches going on still. Nice to see these 80-degree temperatures returning to the Lee County area and going up in the 90s next week. So that Roswell game Tuesday, it's going to be a hot one starting at 5 o'clock, 4:45 pregame show here on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, the Hobbs Sports page, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Ty Friend here with you tonight. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Bottom of the 3rd for the Eagles. As Christian Montez steps up to the plate. He got a walk back earlier in this ball game. Takes the first pitch outside. Actually, correction, he had a single and a sac fly. Getting the wrong Montez there. Curveball inside, goes right past second base off to the 3rd side. Nice roller, and then gets through the legs of the center fielder Stubbs, and he'll extend it to second. That bobble took enough time for him to get around. A single still for Montez. Fielding error out there in center by Stubbs. So Montez now with 2 singles and a run scored plus a sack. 3rd in the order now is Hernandez. He's been on base twice unconventionally, hit by a pitch and got on due to an error, but did score a run on the first at-bat. 12-0 to score. Good extension there for Montez to keep it going, even though it looked like it should have been a routine play for Stubbs, at least to get it in. It wouldn't have been an out, but should have stopped him at first. Henderson comes off the mound, the pitcher for Maryland. Let's try Midland. Try to decide if he wanted to throw to second. Gets back up on the mound, is ready to pitch. Still kind of bothered out there by Montez. Curveball inside, golf swing out to right center, going to be a right field. It'll take a bounce. Actually, no, did he make the catch, it looks like, first? Yes, he did. Or no, he did not. It did take a bounce in front of him. It's kind of hard to tell out there in deep right. So that will be a single put down by Hernandez. Got the runner to 3rd, which is Hernandez. So 2 singles in a row. Sorry about that little confusion there. Still 12-0. Eagles trying to tack on some insurance runs here. Would like to get this past the 10-run mark for the rest of the few innings they've got. It's already past that mark right now. Mercy rule coming into effect in the 5th. Fastball outside for the ball. That'll chase the runners back to the bags there. As you can tell, Ragosa would like to throw somebody out. So back-to-back singles with Montez and Hernandez. Gaston at the plate. Of course, the pitcher for the Eagles in this one. Curveball inside. This is heading to left center field. Center fielder's going to let it bounce high in the air off his glove. It's going to be a double, and that'll score a run as well. RBI double for Gaston. So everybody's starting to be a part of the pie here. We're getting a piece of it, I should say. That'll score Montez. 13-0 now. Runners at second and third for the Eagles. Everybody's stepping up big now. Kestner up now. He's 1 for 1. A RBI double and a walk. Scored 2 runs as well here in this second game. Curveball inside. A little late swing on that one. A little whack job, and it goes over to Coach there at the third baseline as he's able to throw his pitch back to the mound. Coach Bowman. 1-0 count now to Kestner. 5th in the order for the Eagles. Here comes Henderson with a fastball. This one's going out to center field with some air on it. It's going towards the wall. Will take a couple of bounces. Ricochets off. Will be at least a double. 2 RBI double with that. And Kestner will hold up at second base. When it rains, it pours for the Midland defense. 2 RBI double for Kestner. So he's got back-to-back doubles for him at the plate. Didn't get a hit in the first game, making up for it in this one. And now 15-0 your score. Curveball inside. This will head out to right. Takes a few bounces in shallow right field. And that is Fuentes for a single. Actually a double. He's going to make it all the way to second. Another run comes across for the Eagles, making it 16 in the ball game. Hernandez scored. Gaston has scored as well. 16-0 here in the bottom of the third. Curveball inside and try to get his piece of the pie, but sends it into foul territory outside the first baseline. The lefty. Back of the box comes Montez. Tristan Montez, Christian, of course, also on the roster. 12 hits for the Eagles so far in this game as Midland's still looking for their first. But they've got a more important problem right now, and that's down 16-0. Henderson with the windup and the throw. Fastball outside. Pulled down by Ragosa, the catcher. Keeps it in play with the 1-1 count. Runner just at second for Hobbs. Curveball inside, going to go high on this one. Out on the green, far to the right center. Center fielder there to make the catch as he moves a little bit to the right and pulls it down. That was Stubbs. Gets the runner to advance, sack to the third base, and knocking at the door. So Montez will have to take a seat. Sack fly there. Parrish will come up 8th in the order for the Eagles. Kind of uncharacteristically in this game, ground to catcher just dropped in front of the plate, and then it was also a strikeout, although Parrish with a big first game. So he wants to try to get back in that form. Ton of stuff going on for him in that game. 4 for 4 from the plate. Fastball low and outside for ball 1. Of course, remember the first pair of singles, a double and a triple, 5 RBIs in game 1. Runner at third. Curveball inside. He'll take a swat at it. It heads out to center field with the roll. And a single RBI there for Parrish. Everybody's getting a piece of it now. Scoring for Hobbs on that play was Jason Fuentes. 17-0 the score. 28-1 was game 1, the final. So I'll let you know. Already more than halfway there. 5 scored in the first, 7 in the second, and 5 in the third now for the 17. Phillips last in the order for the Eagles. Curveball inside, little late swing, and chucks it foul going up the third baseline. Coach Bowman have some more opportunity to field the action there. Of course, Phillips hit by a pitch and then hit a triple. That was the one that hit the top of the wall there. It took a while to figure out what was going on, and thought that was going to be a homer. Trees looked like they were overlapping the wall there at left center. Wind up with the throw from Henderson. Fastball low and outside for ball one, even up the count at 1-1. 17-0. Eagles 7 runs over the Mercy Rule numbers. Still here in the bottom of the third. 1 out. Henderson goes to the curveball. Ricochets off his catcher. Thought I might have hit Phillips as well, but they're going to say just the catcher. But still a wild pitch regardless, and that will get Parrish to second. Things just not going right for this Midland squad. Their last game was against Trinity, private school out of Texas. They've split with them this season. Won the earlier game, but lost this past week. Curveball hits the outside corner for the strike. Wasn't too happy about that one. Bow back in the box. Goes Phillips. Fastball outside and low for the ball. Full count now to Phillips. Start the order for the 4th time. Camacho, Montez, and Hernandez. After Phillips gets done. Henderson looks back at second before the pitch. Little change-up action outside, and getting a spin movement across the plate was Phillips. Didn't have the footing he wanted for strike 3. No contact on that one. Goes down with a K. That's the second K issued by Henderson in this ball game. In that first contest, if you were wondering, Hobbs only had 1 strikeout in that whole contest. Pretty impressive. 2 down for the Eagles here in the bottom of the third. Top of the order, Camacho. Fastball low and outside for ball 1. He's 1 for 3 at the plate. Started off with a single and a run scored. Got on due to an error. Got a stolen base. And ground out to the pitcher. Curveball. Late ricochet off the end of the bat. Going to go foul off the third baseline. Pitcher's going to chase that down from the mound. Good effort there for Henderson. Count evens up at 1-1. Montez, Hernandez, and Gaston 2 through 4 in the order behind Camacho. Again, 4th time through the batting order starting now. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Henderson. Curve it inside. A whack it to the third. Should be a routine throw across field, and it is so. As on the connect to Dupree, able to toss it over to Kelly on the 5-3, and that will be out number 3. So that will end the scoring opportunity for the Eagles, although they get 5 runs that come across. Lots of guys stepping up with hits in that inning as well. Singles for Montez, Hernandez, double for Gaston, 2 RBI double for Kessner. Fuentes with a double, and a single, RBI single for Parrish. So that's 6 hits, and that also was a total of 5 runs coming across. 17-0, your Eagles up big, top of the 4th. Midland only has a couple more at-bats to try to keep this game from going mercy roll in the 5th. We'll be back in 60 seconds live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back to live action. Curveball inside, hit out towards Eagles' second base. The throw to first in time. Nice running play there for the Eagles, coming in from second to make the scoop and throw Nice job for Montez. And that'll be out number one quickly for Midland, trailing Hobbs 17-0 here in the top of the fourth. Once again, at this stage, 10 or above into the fifth inning. After one more at bat for Midland, the game is over. So out number one for Midland. Fastball down low for ball one. Again, Gaston going the distance so far for the Eagles. Has yet to give up a hit. Has a couple of walks issued to Chavez so far. Fastball right down the middle for the strike. Evens up the count at 1-1. Mentioned Gaston came into this contest at 1-3 record. Definitely would like to get his second win of the season going the distance, just like his teammate did Brister in game one. Fastball comes down low for ball one. Evens up the count at 1-1. Henderson trying to check to see who's at the plate here. Last time it was Henderson, and it looks like they've switched up here. Let me double check. They had Henderson in that earlier inning, and the fastball hits right down the middle for the strike again. They must have just inserted the player. He's number 11, and double checking our roster on him. Curveball, a wicked one down the middle, and just waiting on it was Troy Kaler, and pays the price. He just kind of shook his head and exits the home plate. Not a happy camper. So Kaler with 2 strikeouts in the game. And that's going to bring up Navarrete. 2 outs now for Midland. Fastball swing and a miss for Navarrete. He struck out back in the second inning. And not much contact with the baseball in this game. 2 hits in the first game, none yet here in game 2 of the doubleheader. Here comes Gaston now with the 0-1. Curveball, and it looked like a check swing down low. They're going to say he came around on it, did Navarrete, to pick up strike 2. He just kind of smiled back at the umpire. Things aren't just going right for his team today. 0-2 coming from Gaston. Nobody on the bases for Midland, who trails 17-0 here on the top of the fourth. Time called as Gaston comes off the rubber. Eagles working on their 6th win of the season. Same for Midland, Texas leadership. 0-2 pitch, fastball, and that's going to sit him down. Navarrete takes another K. And that will be it for the top of the fourth. No hits, nobody on the bases, no runs come across. Oh, actually one on the bases. That was a walk by Chavez. No scores, though. We head to the bottom of the fourth. The clock is ticking on Midland. Hobbs up 17-0, trying to extend that on the offense here in just a minute. Bottom of the fourth getting going here at Sportsman's Park. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Your Hobbs Eagles leading Midland Leadership Academy 17-0. Of course, in the game 1, which was 28-1 final for the Eagles, Hobbs was up at the end of the third, 10-0 in that game, and then went 18 runs in the fourth to put the game in the books. Although Midland did get one last at-bat in the 5th, the mercy rule in the books. Of course, Texas doesn't play mercy rule, but when they come to New Mexico, they're forced to do so. I think we might have a new pitcher out on the mound for Midland, and that's going to be Ragosa, Diego Ragosa, who's played shortstop in game 1, catcher in this game, and now pitcher. So seeing his first chance. As the starter Henderson gave up 17 runs, 13 hits in the ball game. Up through 3 1/3. So actually 3 innings, I should say there. So second pitcher in this game will be Ragosa. And we'll see who's made the switch to the catcher position here for Midland. That appears to be Henderson. So there's going to do a quick swap there. Henderson coming from the mound to behind the plate. So him and the pitcher now have probably good communications. $17-0 here. A little more of a delay as they get some more extra warm-ups for the relief. Hobbs Eagles, of course, with their 13 hits so far in this ball game. Couple of multiple hitters as well. Montez, Gaston, Kessner. 3 hits for Fuentes. He's the leader right now. All those other guys had 2 apiece. Camacho's got a hit. 1 apiece for Parrish and Phillips. So lots of people want to be part of this potent offense as Eagles get ready for district next week. Curveball to start it off down the middle, and it's going to head out to right center. Takes a roll to the wall, and continuing aggressiveness to the second base, and maybe even third. They're going to stretch it out to a triple. Christian Montez, and starts it off with a triple here in the bottom of the 4th. Excellent job there for Christian Montez. Nothing to sneeze at there in scoring position. Jaden Hernandez now on the plate for Hobbs. He had a single in his last at bat. Hit by a pitch to open the game, scored a run, then got on due to an error. So he's been on all 3 times, although 1 was a gift. Curveball inside, swing and a miss for Hernandez. Eagles have only had 1 strikeout in this game, the same in the first contest of the doubleheader. So they're doing well, making contact or getting on due to walks. A couple errors, too, hit by pitches. Here's the second pitch, curveball inside. That'll be ball 2. Third in the order is Hernandez. Gaston, the cleanup man, due next. He's had a couple of triples, or a triple and a double earlier. Curveball inside, and that's going to go out towards Coach Bowman, who tries to bare-knuckle it. Bounces off him a little bit, heading towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout on the left side. Staying alive with the contact is Hernandez. Two balls and a strike. Again, Ragosa is the relief man for Midland. Here's the 2-1 pitch from him. Curveball, and goes the knee high, comes down low for ball 3. Be with us on Tuesday night, 4:45 pregame show. First pitch at 5, the single affair against Roswell. And then on the road Thursday at 4:45 for that single game. Here's the full count pitch, curveball, and gets him to kind of spin out of it just a second. Actually, they're going to say that was the ball for ball 3. Now a full count. Runner at third for the Eagles. That is Montez knocking at the door here. Trying to make it the 18th run. Curve, it hits the shoulder, inside shoulder there, and that's going to get a hit by pitch for Hernandez. So runners at first and third now. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Eagles up 17-0. Starting to threaten, though. Gaston will come in. Not the guy they want to see right now. The triple-double. Couple of RBIs, scored a run. Actually, 3 RBIs. He had a sack RBI in the first inning. Ragosa looks back at first and third to check the runners. Gets the pitch count he wants, throws the curve, and it's going to come in close, a little bit inside for ball 1. As Henderson kind of moving the glove around just a bit to see if the up would bite on that one, but did not. Slowing it down just a bit. Ragosa turns with a fastball and ricochet, bat and the arm. So he'll stay alive in the box there. Back in quickly comes Gaston in the cleanup spot. Ragosa taking a little bit more time. Kind of nodding up and down here as he turns and fires another fastball. Sinker just above the plate for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Gaston. Of course, the starting pitcher probably will go the distance in this game. 2 balls and a strike. Fastball outside, almost got away from Henderson, the catcher, off to the right. But, of course, he's going to make it look that way, too. He knows he's got a runner at third. It's going to might get a little bit too eager. So 3 balls. Got to be a good pitch here. And here it comes. Fastball, clips the outside corner, and gets the full count at 3-2. Pitcher versus pitcher here. Gaston gets quickly back in the box, takes an inside pitch. They can hit his left leg, and he'll get a hit by pitch there to make the bases loaded now. Back to back. Goes to losing control of his pitches. So everybody on the bases now with no outs. Chance for the Eagles to add on to their 17-0 lead. As Kester will step up. He's had a great night in this second game as well. Double, triple, 3 RBIs, a walk, and a run. Actually, a couple of runs scored. Our correction, Souter's up now. Been changing the roster here. Luxury you have when you have such a good lead. You got some guys that's like him in the first games, came in late and got himself a big hit. Souter, one of the lefties. Here's the windup in the throw from Ragosa. Hits low on top of the plate for the ball. 2-0 count. Big boy's waiting for what he wants to get his runners advanced to score here. No outs still. Lots of time to move people around. Here's the windup of the throw. Fastball outside, and good placement by the glove of the catcher there to get that call. As Henderson just really set that up solid. And the count goes to 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. Henderson facing a bases loaded fastball, swing and a miss for strike 2. In 5 in the first, 7 in the second, 5 in the third. Hobbs yet to score here in the fourth with no outs, though. Runners on all the bases, a 2-2 pitch coming. Sinker, low for ball 3. We got a full count going now. Fuentes due up next for the Eagles in the 6th slot. Fastball outside, that'll be a walk. Bases will be loaded again, but also an RBI is going to be scored as well as a runner comes across. So Hobbs extending now to 18-0. Thanks to Souter on that one. The score for the Hobbs Eagles was Christian Montez. So 18-0 here in the top or bottom of the fourth. Fastball comes down, just barely clips the bottom of the strike zone off the pitch to Fuentes. Or correction, Udahara. He came in late in the last game and got a few attempts to swing the bat. Udahara, I believe he went 0 for 1. Oh, he got a walk in the first game. Foul ball on the next pitch comes off the bat and heads off to the left of the third base line. And bounces back into left field, so I got to track that down from one of the players in the dugout there for the Eagles. So Udahara and Souter both getting an opportunity here in this fourth inning with an 18-0 lead. 14 hits for the Eagles, 0 for Midland so far, with runners at all 3 bases. There comes pitch outside for the ball. Ragosa, the relief pitcher for Midland. They had 3 in the first game total. Ragosa comes back hard with the fastball, and it's going to get yanked over to the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Hard shot there. Kind of woke up some of the guys hanging over the fence there in front of the dugout. Giving some good contact here for the Eagles is Montez, Christian Montez. Had 10 RBIs heading into this day of baseball. Ragosa going to go with the fastball high and gets that to 2 balls now. Eagles runners kind of urgent to try to come home. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Definitely got to protect the plate here for Montez. Fastball, ooh, comes low on the sinker for ball 3. Now we got a full count. Good eye there for Montez. Christian Montez, important pitch coming here. No out, so for the Eagles. Fastball, little high of the strike zone. Boy, that was close. And actually, that was Udahara, on that one. That will give him a walk. So he had a walk in game 1 and a walk in game 2. Any way to get on the bases, that will also be an RBI for Udahara. After the bases were loaded, that will walk it home. And it goes to 19-0. Of course, it was 28-1 in game 1, so Eagles are starting to inch back up there here in the bottom of the 4th. 2 runs have come across so far. Fastball, and that's going to go high in the air towards right center. A lot of air underneath this one. Right fielder going to move over. It takes the bounce. He got lost in the lights or something. Misjudgment on that will score a run. Go ahead and get that as a single RBI there, but I think just a misjudgment from the right fielder, Viscano. Next up for the Eagles is John Curtis. He just got inserted into the lineup as well, so he's getting an opportunity to stroke the bat, one of the lefties for Hobbs. 20-0 again the score. Hobbs working on that 6th win of the season before district starts next week. Bases loaded once again. Fastball, and comes off the middle of the bat to the middle backstop behind home plate. Eagles with 3 runs here in this bottom of the 4th. Midland will have one opportunity to get some runs in the 5th inning before the mercy rule comes into effect for the 2nd game. Fastball outside just misses for the ball. Count to 1-1. So Coach Boyle got an opportunity to move some players around in the lineup just a bit and move those bats as well. Fastball low and outside for ball 2. And bases completely covered at this point for the Eagles. Here's the windup of the throw. It's going to be hit late off the end of the bat and out to left field. That'll be an RBI single. Actually, 2 scores are going to come the runners home for the Eagles. Souter comes in for the first run, and then also it was Udahara. So nothing but scoring for the Eagles to make it 22-0. That's 2 mercy rolls plus. No outs for the Eagles, up 22-0. Pitch going high and outside for ball 1. Carson Phillips at the plate. Hit by a pitch, had a triple and a strikeout. Curveball inside. He might have got a piece of it with the bat. Rolls behind the plate to the left. Chasing it down is Henderson. 1-1 count now to Phillips, last in the order. Quickly back in the box he goes. Got runners at first and second. Checking back to second, and Riscano going to come off the rubber and fakes a throw to second, but no harm done for the Eagles on that one, getting back to their bags. 2 balls and no strikes. Keeps looking back at second. Not happy about the runners and throws it late. Just kind of making sure those runners aren't getting too eager out there for Hobbs. 15 hits, 22-run score for the Eagles in Game 2. 28 runs and 20 hits in Game 1. So they're getting close to their marks. Fastball going high towards left field. Got some air underneath this one towards the warning track. The left fielder hat fell off and then bobbles it. I think he dropped it. And that will be a hit. Took a little bit of time to decide if that was going to be kept in his glove or not. And at the last second, I think he kind of worried about that hat coming off and wasn't really ready for it. And that will be a single, actually an error, though. That should have been caught out there, the fly out left. So an error gets another runner for the Eagles and gets the bases loaded once again. Curveball inside, going to get hit hard towards left once again. And this one is going to be chased down with 2 players. The center fielder coming over and bobbled it right in front of the left fielder as they try to meet each other halfway. Another error going to be there, and that'll score another run for the Eagles. Coming across the plate is Tristan Montez. And lots of issues now in that left and center field at this point as things are starting to fall apart even worse than they have been. 23-0, that was an RBI. Still in the bottom of the 4th with no outs. Midland cannot shut this offense down. Fastball hits the bottom of the strike zone. Bases loaded. Big leadoffs for the Eagles. Curveball comes about head high that time. Ducking away from it for Hobbs is Christian Montez. Montez had a couple of singles, a triple, a sack. So he's had 3 hits so far. Fastball goes on outside and letting it bounce off his chest protector that time was Henderson to see if the runners would kind of cheat off the bags too much. Just let it stay on the ground there for a second. Two one count. Wind up in the throw, fastball, whacked down to third. Ball's bobbled there by the third baseman. He will not get the throw in time to first. It had some seconds to think about it, but too late for Dupree. So errors are starting to mount up here for Midland as the bases are loaded once again. Another run comes across to make it 24-0. Football score time. Again, 24-0, 7 runs scored here in the bottom of the 4th. Midland will get one more opportunity to get an at-bat in this ball game in the 5th, top of the 5th. Hernandez now at the plate for the Eagles. He's been hit by a pitch twice, had a single as well. Takes a fastball low for the ball. 2-0 count now. Third in the order is Hernandez. Gaston up next, the cleanup man. He's had a couple of hits, a triple and a double. Sinker hits the plate and rolls right, but the Eagles runners are going to stay where they're at on all 3 bases. And we'll have you on the air Tuesday at 4:45 for the home district opener against Roswell. First pitch at 5 o'clock. Here comes a 2-0. Fastball right down the middle for the strike. 2-1 count. Quickly returns with a fastball low, and the sinker barely hits the bottom of the strike zone there for another strike. So trying to get on the comeback here, the relief pitcher for Midland, Regoza. He's not wasting a lot of time now on these pitches. He knows he's got bases loaded with no outs. Fastball off the end of the bat. And I'll go over the backstop and out of play here in foul territory. I'm just trying to add another big lead here. Well past the mercy roll numbers of 10 runs. Fastball high, that will be a walk, as that is issued to Jaden Hernandez. That'll put him on the bases for the 5th time in this one. Was hit by a pitch twice, an error, single, a walk. Some of those unconventional, but he'll take it. Time called. Looks like we might have a pitching change here as Coach Perez is going to head out to the mound. Still kind of wondering why the team doesn't have any outs yet, and the scoring is mounting to 25 now for Hobbs, with the bases been loaded for the last few minutes. Waiting to see if he's going to take the ball and place it in some other glove before we take the break here. Kind of looking around his infield, and doesn't look like he has a decision yet, and who's going to. Still waiting to see. Nope, yep, they're going to keep the same pitcher, so quick decision made, and guy that's been kind of bounced around, catcher, shortstop, pitcher, he's back up again. Trying to get the first out of the game here in this bottom of the 4th. Fastball comes down the middle for the strike. As he is facing Gaston for the Eagles. Gaston with a couple of hits so far. Curveball inside. It's going to hit hard off the dugout of the Eagles, the gate in front. Boy, it slammed against that and now rolling out towards the foul left field. Out past the bullpen for the Eagles. 0-2 count now. Getting contact was Gaston. Fastball outside for ball 1. Ragosa again, the relief pitcher for Midland. Eagles have scored in all 4 innings so far, 5, 7, 5, and 8. The sinker hits just above the plate for ball 2 to even up the count at 2-2. Eagles still have bases loaded here. 25-0. Here in the bottom of the 4th. It's been a long inning. Fastball high and outside for ball 3. Full count now. And Eagles going to have a lot of practice time until next Tuesday, week from tonight. Here comes a 2-2 pitch from Magoza. Fastball, and clips the outside corner, but too low. And that will be ball 4, an RBI walk. As sprinting up the first base line is Gaston. Look at the game. Jackson Souders up now, takes a curveball inside, hits it hard to second. Chavez. Chavez was the starting pitcher in game 1 and gets the first out in the bottom of the 4th. So still 27-0 Eagles as they do get some runs have come across. Fastball barely hits the top of the strike zone. Quick double pitch coming from Ragosa. Fastball hits the outside corner for strike 2, an 0-2 count now. As Udahara is going to have to protect that plate a little closer. Fastball hits the bottom of the strike zone for strike 3. Quick and done there for Udahara. As he's seeing some spot action here as this game gets closer to an ending. Christian Montez now. His team leading 27-0. Curveball inside. That's heading out to right center. Might have hit over the wall. And this is going to bounce and roll. And that'll be an RBI double for the Eagles. Making a 2 RBI double. 29-0. Adding insult to injury here. $17 hits for the Eagles here in this ball game. Curveball inside. It's heading out to the same direction, right center. This time the right fielder tried to come over and get it. He lost it in the air, and it's going to roll to the wall as well. Kind of a tough one to catch on the run there. Probably just going to go with the double on that one. So everybody getting a piece of the pie here. Still 29-0 in the bottom of the fourth. Coming up now for the Eagles is Luke Parrish, or correction, Phillips. Takes the fastball down the middle and for the strike. Carson Phillips had a triple, hit by a pitch, struck out in his 3 at-bats. Fastball just barely misses bottom of the strike zone for this ball. Evens up the count at 1-1. Here in the bottom of the fourth, 1 down for the Eagles. Fastball, strike number 2 as he held on that one. Had 1 K in this inning. Ragosa for Midland, the relief pitcher, 1-2 pitch, curveball, and this is heading out to left field on the ground. That'll be another score coming across, 30-0 on the single. So everybody getting a chance to produce some hits here. Phillips with that single, his second hit of the ball game. They go to the top of the order again, Camacho. He's been on twice due to errors, also had a single and a run scored. 30-0 again the score. Runners at first and second for Hobbs. Curveball high, but a swing and a miss for the Eagles. As Camacho could not make contact on that one, had to get up on a ladder and even to reach up for it. Ragosa looks over to first, checking one runner. Turns and fires a fastball and hits over the third baseman's glove. The webbing rolls up the third base line, a zinger, and a single for a score again, RBI single. So Camacho with his second hit of the ball game, 2 singles. And now it's Montez's turn, second in the order. 31-0 the score. Still looking for 2 more outs for Midland. The fastball low and outside for ball 1. Runners at first and second for the Eagles. Yeah, they put up a total of 59 runs so far, and we still got 2 outs to go. Curveball inside for the ball. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike. 0-2 count now. Christian Montez second in the order. Hernandez due up next at third. Curveball, and that's going to be a blooper over to third, and actually in foul territory, but the catch is made on the run. Sliding over to make it is Dupree for out number 2. Or actually out number 3, excuse me. That's going to end up the 4th inning. We have the top of the 5th. Last hurrah for Midland. 31-0 is the score. Again, they have to get underneath 10 for it to continue on. Doesn't look like a very good chance of that. We'll have to wait and see what happens. 31-0 your score. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Your Hobbs Eagles play a D to finish this one up. Back live at Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles up big, 31-0. Top of the fifth. Last chance for Midland to try to get back in this one with their last at bat. Fastball comes down the middle, swing and a miss for Navarrete. He's facing now an 0-2 count. Of course, still on the mound for the Eagles from the start, Gaston. Yet to give up a hit in this ball game. So a no-hitter on the way. Curveball almost takes off the head of Navarrete for the ball. One ball, two strikes, 31-0 here in the top of the fifth. Mercy roll in effect. Sinker, barely above the plate for the ball. Evens up the count at 2-2. Appears to be in for Henderson here in the batting order. The windup and the throw from Gaston, strike three, and that will be the K for out number one. Not much time left in this one for Midland to try to get those bats swinging. Make that Stubbs now at the 8th slot. He flew out to third on the last at-bat. Gaston goes high with the fastball, swing and a miss for Stubbs. Again, not one hit converted yet for Midland. They've walked a couple of times, both with Chavez. Fastball comes down low for the ball. Evens up the count at 1-1. Verdania, the 9th in the order for Midland, would wrap up their second time throughout the order. 1-1 pitch coming from Gaston. Curveball, and getting a piece of it ricochets to the backstop. Does Stubbs to stay alive. One ball and two strikes here in the second game of the doubleheader. Eagles take on Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. Long name there. Two good pitching performances in this game, or doubleheader. Fastball comes off the end of the bat to the middle of the backstop for the foul. Vercano struck out in the third inning. He's next at bat in the top of the order for the third time for Midland. Gaston quickly back up to the rubber. He wants to pitch again, and here's the windup of the throw. Fastball, hits the outside corner for strike three, and slamming the bat a little bit there was Stubbs. Not happy about that. So probably down to their last person to try to get a hit in this game, and haven't got one yet for Kano. Again, Midland had 2 hits in game 1, but 13 Ks thrown by Brister for the Hobbs Eagle pitching crew. This could be it for the Blue Eagles. The windup of the throw, fastball bouncing off the plate and chasing down by Hernandez on the first baseline. He's going to run out to the mound and throw it back to his pitcher. Get some work on those knees there. Eagles working on their 6th win of the season. Got 2 here tonight at Sportsman's Park. Like to make it 3 in a row against Roswell on Tuesday. Gaston going to go with the curve high for ball 2. Definitely don't want this game dragging out any longer with base runners if possible. Two quick first outs here, top of the 5th. Here comes a 2-0 pitch, curveball, and making him bounce back just a bit. Vercano, good read there. Now a 3-0 count, getting ahead big time on Gaston here. Kelly, Chavez, and Ragosa, 1, 2, and 3 in the order for Midland if they get a chance to do it. Curveball inside again. That'll be a walk for Vercano, the 3rd walk of the ball game. But again, still no hits for Midland Leadership Academy. Kelly now up at the top of the order. He's one of the lefties, 0 for 2 at the plate with 2 Ks. Gaston goes inside, and good slide for it looks like it hit the batter that time. Good slide for Hernandez, trying to save that from going wild, but I guess it might have brushed off the leg of Kelly, so he's going to be hit by the pitch. Give him a first base opportunity there. Runners at first and second now. Still 2 outs, though, for the Hobbs Eagle defense, leading 31-0 here in the top of the 5th. Again, the last hurrah for Midland. Chavez now, who's gotten 2 walks so far. 2 of the 3 total for Midland's offense. If he got a walk here, it'd be loaded bases for Midland. And he was a pitcher in the first game of this doubleheader. Fastball down the middle for the strike. He completely held on that one. Runner's big leadoffs for the Blue Squad, who sits at 5-7 on the season. Gaston quickly looks back at second, fires the fastball. Whoa, boy, that looked way outside. They got in the clip on the corner of the bag or the plate. Count goes to 0-2 on that strike. So it could be the last opportunity here for Midland to keep this game moving. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Gaston. Fastball, and the bat gets thrown. And that's strike 3. Did not make contact. That is the ball game. So the Hobbs Eagles wrapping up a big one here, 31-0 over Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy after winning 28-1 in Game 1. So 59 runs scored for the Hobbs Eagles. Midland finishes the night with 1 run, and that was in the first game. We will take a few-minute break here, get you caught up on all the numbers of the second game of the doubleheader as your Hobbs Eagles pick up their 6th win of the season as they defeat Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. Come back with us to the Hobbs Eagle postgame show in just a couple. Welcome back live to Sportsman's Park. Your Hobbs Eagles winning 2 games in the doubleheader over Midland, Texas Leadership Charter Academy. 31-0 in Game 2, 28-1 in Game 1. So 59-1 the total of both games. Big wins for the Hobbs Eagles to get their 6th victory of the season, now 6-14. So definitely a way you want to get going as you get ready for the district schedule next week as they take on Roswell Tuesday and Thursday. Home on Tuesday, away on Thursday. Not much going on for Midland, the leadership squad in that second game, pretty close to what was in the first game. But Game 2, no hits. That's 2 worse than what they had in Game 1. They had no hits, or 2 hits in Game 1, but no hitter thrown by Gaston in this contest. He did give up 3 walks and struck out 12 batters, 2 hit by pitch. But again, no hits in the ball game. Good game for Gaston at the mound for the Hobbs Eagles. And just so many Ks going on, one after the other In fact, there was only one fly ball in the contest. Ragosa had a fly to right, but other than that, nothing much else going on except those hit by pitches and some walks. So great game for Gaston to settle down this Midland team in Game 2. Eagles finish up with 20 hits, the same number they had in Game 1. So definitely swinging the bats well. Just kind of give you a quick review of what we saw from that. In fact, a couple of singles for Camacho in the contest. Got on twice due to errors. It was also 3 hits converted for Montez. Christian Montez had a triple and 2 singles. Hernandez ended up with a single. He was on with a walk as well. Also, it was Gaston, the starting pitcher. He finished up with a triple and a double in the ball game, and also dumped in 3 RBIs and had a walk as well. Kestner had a couple of doubles. He had looks like 3 RBIs and 2 walks. It was Fuentes who had 3 hits in the ball game, a 3 RBI triple, a single, and a double. Some of these guys got subbed out as they moved along in the game. It was Montez, the other Montez, that had a single and a walk for the Eagles. Parrish had a single for Hobbs, an RBI single, and it was Phillips, 9th in the order, with a triple and a single for Hobbs. So 20 hits in this ball game. Eagles were only walked 5 times, but they're making the bats work instead. Great game for Hobbs offensively in the game. It was also the scoring of 5 in the first, 7 in the second, 5 in the third, and 14 in the 4th inning. They had 18 in the 4th inning in game number 1, so combined 32 runs scored in those 2 4th innings of this doubleheader. So Hobbs winning again game 1, 28-1, game 2, 31-0. Game 1 winning pitcher again, Chase Brister, allowing only 2 hits in that contest, and Gaston winning game 2. No hits given up, but a couple of walks, that's it. Complete shutdown offensively against Midland in this doubleheader for the wins for the Eagles. Again, coming up on Tuesday, the district schedule starts as Hobbs takes on Roswell. 4:45 pregame show, the first pitch at 5 o'clock. They will play just one game and then one game on the road Thursday at 5 o'clock, 4:45 pregame show. No doubleheaders in district this year, just a total of 6 games for Hobbs. 1 away, 1 home, and that's it against Clovis, Carlsbad, and, of course, starting off with Roswell next week. Thanks for tuning in tonight on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. We'll again see you back here at Sportsman's Park at 4:45 on Tuesday. Have a great rest of the week out there, and go Eagles.